to a fluid interstate and diplomatic relations among nations, adding significant pressure, exacerbated uncertainty, forcing geopolitical changes, sorry about that. The 2023 IRSK Annual Conference elected to interrogate international relations and diplomacy in the new context with the aim to address three distinct but interrelated questions as follows. One, how the political, economic, and security developments locally and globally affect interstate relations in the COMESA region today. Two, what must be done collectively to counter negative influences for stability and development? Three, an appreciation of the consequences and or implications of doing nothing. The overarching conference objectives being: one, create new knowledge. Two, disseminate research. Three, inform strategy and policy. And four, develop a network of persons for collaborative assignments and ensure skills enhancement. Brace yourselves for keynote addresses, engaging roundtable discussions, interviews, workshops, networking, and cultural exchanges. Overall, we intend to make this event a case study for Africa. To all our distinguished guests, we say, Karibuni. I am your lead moderator, Dr. Julian Rowe, the Program Director at IRSK. Now, we'd like to dive deeper, and we'll have a couple of speeches. And I first want to invite the CEO of International Relations Society of Kenya, Mr. Leonard Wanyama, if he could kindly take the floor. And I know you'll have a very punchy address to make. Let's also keep it really short and punchy, between 5 to 7 minutes. That should be fine. Thank you. Over to you. Yeah, please give him some motivation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hamjambo. I have to be honest if I am to proceed any further. Seeing you all in this room, I'm really trying to contain myself, but my heart is bubbling with joy. If I'm to push it in Kiswahili, they say, when you try finding the big Kiswahili words, they say, bubujikwa. It's strange how both words, the B letter is there, but from where we have come, this is quite an achievement. And I just want you to give yourselves a clap, an applause for making it here, for getting here, considering the history of IRSK, which I'll delve in a bit, and also because of time, just kind of keep it short. But essentially, the International Relations Society of Kenya is an idea to build a professional society that focuses on the establishment of a diplomatic community, an extended diplomatic community in Kenya. This dream comes from two sides, obviously understanding the role of societies in our country, but also a great ambition of building knowledge and providing insights and influence on the questions of international relations and diplomacy in Kenya. And so there is a bit of a hybrid essence in the establishment of IRSK. Why I am bubujikwaing or bubbling over is because this is simply an idea that was started in a collection of friends, acquaintances, colleagues who met in a cafe, who have been working continuously to keep the dream alive. And from a WhatsApp group to today, it has been quite a journey. And I think This is really impressive, and it speaks a lot about where we want to go. Now, essentially, we want to build that constructive space as a mission for professionals who comprise practitioners, academics, and diplomats, among other people who have interest in international relations in Kenya, and the love for the country in terms of understanding these issues. Our vision, therefore, is to develop a vibrant diplomatic community and the constructive space in understanding Kenyan international relations. Essentially, what type of organization are we trying to build here? This organization is not only just about building membership, but it's also about developing a community that will have programmatic focus, it will have means of outreach, it will engage the media, it will engage in career development for anyone who is interested in international relations. So it's not a question of after doing your degree. There's always still so much to learn after the degree, or in the instance where you have joined the society and you just need to learn, we look to essentially help your career in one way or the other going forward. There is also the fact that we need to engage on problems in terms of understanding what's happening, or even supporting causes. I'd like to just give an example. Colleagues who work in the media took it upon themselves to use IRSK as a platform to actually advocate for the airlifting of Kenyans in Lebanon. And so the space that the society created actually gave them a proper channel that could influence the ministry. And that's the kind of the organization we're building. And lastly, networking. The fact that you're in this room from diverse places, we want IRSK to be that platform where you find colleagues from all over the world, Kenyans, Ugandans, Zambians, in understanding our place in the world. And it's quite interesting about Chipolopolo. There is more to Zambia than Chipolopolo. Once you get there, you'll be amazed. They have Victoria Falls, and that's where life begins and ends, depending on if you take the bungee jumping and so forth. Essentially, we want to build understanding. We want to develop that community, but also we want to inform and influence a number of conversations going on in terms of international relations. I think I'll speak more to that in the next panel. But 3 of the fastest women in this country in promoting a number of the values we want to think about our country, among other facets, whether it's sports, whether it's peace and development, and so on and so forth. How do we make those linkages? Development of spaces. This is our first annual conference, but I'm hoping, praying, and we'll definitely be working with all of you to think of another annual conference, to think of other spaces, other facets in which we can develop platforms of engagement going forward. And lastly, understanding ourselves, obviously, in a very complex world. What are our thoughts on these issues? How can we engage better? How can we put Kenya on the map diplomatically? And how can we bring benefits to our peoples? And when I speak this, obviously, Kenya is within the East African community. Kenya is within COMESA. What is in our role? What is our role in that? How are we promoting this? How are we improving this? And so forth. I'd like to leave it there. And I have to say, again, thank you all for making time. We are very happy to host you. We are also very thankful to COMESA for giving us this opportunity, and also our other partners, that is ACCORD and Irish Aid, and I think the European Union. I'm thankful for this day, and I wish you all very fruitful deliberations, and welcome.
That was very well articulated, Bona CEO, and thank you. You're breathing such good life in the organization. It is my privilege now to invite a renowned scholar, somebody I have a lot of respect for, to also give us his remarks in his capacity as the chair of 2023 IRSK Annual Conference. Dr. Kizito Sabala, the floor is yours. A big round of applause as comes.
Good morning. Good morning again. Let me begin by acknowledging our key speakers for this session, some of them in absentia, and I hope they'll be joining us shortly. Honorable Nelson Koech, Chair, Defense, Foreign Policy, Foreign Relations and Intelligence Committee in Kenya's National Parliament. Ambassadors Erastus Mwenjo, Chair, Africa Capacity Building Foundation. Ambassador Andon Okara, Africa leader of Malaria Alliance. Dr. Vasu, who is not with us, but will be joining us online. Elizabeth Mutunga, Head Governance, Peace and Security at COMESA Secretariat, and also my old colleague whom we met almost 20 years ago when we were working at the Africa Peace Forum. Elizabeth, welcome to Nairobi. Then Wanyama, our CEO for the organization. On behalf of the conference committee, and the conference committee in this regard had several subcommittees. We had the finance committee, the marketing committee, the logistics committee, and the technical committee, which I happen to head. The technical committee is basically in charge of the technical aspects of this conference, particularly looking at the papers and the aspects that goes with the quality publication of the papers that will be presented in this conference. These committees had representation from our key partners, that's COMESA and ACCORD, and they have worked tirelessly to ensure that we are where we are. And from the look of things, I'm extremely excited that things seem to be going on very well until this point. I want to actually welcome the panelists for this conference, those who will be presenting papers, the moderators, the discussants, and the media who are going to ensure that the matters discussed in this conference are up there in the space, both in social media and also in the mainstream media. I want to make a special invitation to the young Turks that have joined us for this meeting or conference, particularly the young upcoming scholars in the field of diplomacy and international studies. And we want to welcome you wholeheartedly and indicate that one of the brims of the society is to give you space so that as some of us age and exit the stage, you are able to take over. So please make sure you use this time very well. Seize the space, don't take it, grab it and run away with it. The theme of our conference today, and I'll just be very brief on the objectives of this conference. I know the moderator touched on it. international relations and diplomacy in an era of polycrisis and geostrategic competition in the COMESA region gives us an opportunity to interrogate the confluence of various international relations, diplomatic issues, international law issues, environmental issues, and climate-related issues, and how those issues do affect development, peace, and security in the COMESA region. And I'm really looking forward to those discussions. In terms of moving forward, this conference is divided into two tracks or strands. That is the international relations track and the diplomacy track. And a number of these meetings will be going on simultaneously. So please make sure you make your choice in advance so that if the discussion that you will want to attend is in meeting A or B, make sure you're there on time so that our able moderator here has an easy time. In terms of the objectives, I think I'll just go straight to the screen because my mind has gotten old and I can't memorize these objectives. So I'll just go through the objectives. One is to knowledge exchange and research dissemination, policy dialogue and intellectual discourse, professional development and skill enhancement, and networking and collaborative engagement. There are opportunities for this, and the dialogue, discussions, and debates will foster a reservoir of insights that will help illuminate pathways to sustainable solution of the intricate and multifaceted challenges facing the COMESA region. It serves as a unique platform for sharing ideas, perspectives, and experiences, forming partnerships, as well as exploring innovative approaches and strategies to address these intersecting issues. It also provides us with an opportunity to advance pragmatic solutions that could recast the trajectory of international relations, diplomacy in the COMESA region and beyond. Outcomes of this conference, we hope that we shall have enhanced our professional networks and connections, innovative solutions to regional challenges, impactful research dissemination, expanded knowledge and insights in IR and diplomacy, experimental learning, and informed policy formulation. The final one is deeper understanding of regional dynamics and research advancement. And we hope, and also once again, let me welcome you to this conference, and I wish you a very, very fruitful discussion on these matters. Thank you.
Another big round of applause to Dr. Sabala. Ms. Elizabeth Mutunga is the next person that we'll be listening to in just a moment. She's the head of Governance, Peace and Security, Common Markets for Eastern Southern Africa, COMESA. The young ladies in the room, the young turks in the room, this is somebody we need to watch, an outstanding role model for us all. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome to the stage Miss Elizabeth Mutunga. Karibu. A big round as she comes.
When I see you, I'm also bubbling. I'll stand on the already established protocols by Dr. Kizito Sabala, but I'll just acknowledge 3 people. When I saw the people in the opening remarks, I was quite excited to see their names, so I'll just acknowledge them. First of all, Ambassador Erastus Mwencha, who is the chairman of the Africa Capacity Building Foundation. He was the first Secretary General of COMESA when I joined COMESA. I know he'll get this message that I truly admired him and the work that he did. The message is that if I have turned out well, he should take the credit. If I haven't turned out well, I wasn't listening very well. I'm sure he'll get that message. I hope he's listening online. The other person I want to acknowledge is Dr. Vasu, Executive Director of Accord. I have known him for a very long time, very passionate on issues of mediation. I call him the guru of mediation, and it's really nice, and I'm honored to share the platform with him today. And the third person, of course, is my colleague, my friend, my brother, Dr. Kizito Sabala, whom, as he said, we worked together several years ago. I don't know why he said 20, because we don't want to reveal our ages, but anyway, he said it. He has never changed, still the same calm person. Perhaps the only few things is a little bit older, and the PhD on his head. So it's really nice to see you again, Sabala. I'll read my statement. First of all, I bring you greetings from the Secretary General of COMESA, Her Excellency Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, who was not able to join us. I'm sure you also, from the initial program, she was supposed to give a keynote address, but due to other pressing engagements, she wasn't able to come. As you've heard, my name is Elizabeth Mutunga. I'm the head of Governance, Peace and Security in COMESA. Yes, I'm a Kenyan, but I live and I'm based in Zambia. And when I see, there's even more than the Victoria Falls in Zambia. There's more than Chipolopolo, there's more than the Victoria Falls. Zambia is a wonderful place to be in. So as part of the organizers, it is with great pleasure that I joined the International Relations Society of Kenya and the Africa Center for Constructive Resolution of Disputes to welcome you to this first annual conference that has been organized to enhance understanding about ongoing political dynamics and therefore hopefully identify modalities to bridge theory to practice in governance, peace, and security. But before I get to the main business of the day, I work for an intergovernmental organization. We are always very grateful to countries that agree to host our meeting. So I would like to, at this particular time, express our sincere gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for hosting this meeting, and also for the very warm reception we have received since we got here. I also wish to acknowledge all the researchers, all the scholars that have taken time to develop documents for us to discuss around. We are truly grateful for the time that you have taken to do that. I'm just hoping that we shall pick out from your background documents to spur the discussions that can help us to actually bridge that theory to practice. So ladies and gentlemen, the importance and the urgency of holding this conference cannot be overstated, especially coming at a time when the whole world is gripped with the events in the Middle East that broke a few weeks ago following the terrorist attack on Israel. This decade started with a global pandemic, we all know about that became a defining moment for most people in very many ways. People lost jobs, businesses, there were shutdowns, and generally the economies of most countries faced severe blows. Before the countries could even start to recover, we were faced with the war in Ukraine, a small part of Europe that started in Europe, but with very adverse economic effects to the whole world. That was manifested in terms of sharp food crisis, fuel crisis, and so on and so forth. Then superimposed on all these events are the events of climate change, such as a long period of droughts in some parts of our region, while heavier than normal rains and floods sweeping the other parts of the region, thus adding to the complexities of the already complex situations. These global events have effectively exposed the vulnerabilities and resilience of our respective states, and they have also highlighted our interconnectedness. You notice I talked about a very small part of Europe, a war starts there, and we are all feeling the shocks. So it really exposed the interconnectedness of COVID, even, of our region. Even COVID started we are told, in a small market in China, but it affected the whole world. So again, we are at a stage where we are really seeing the interconnectedness of our region, in fact, of our globe. In addition, the effects of these events touch on a wide range of sectors and disciplines, some of which have informed the themes of this conference and the sub-themes of this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is of great importance to COMESA because, as some of you might be aware, COMESA Peace and Security Program is a product of our policy research, which has been central in all our programs since the inception of the program. Whether it's programs on conflict prevention, conflict management, post-conflict reconstruction, all those programs in COMESA were informed by research. In addition, upon assessment of the interventions of other regional economic communities, some of you may know that COMESA has, within COMESA, we've got SADC, we've got IGAD, we've got EAC, we've got IOC, we've got several other regional economic communities. And so, an assessment of what they were doing also led to another decision for COMESA that we should carve our niche around the economic dimensions of conflict. We believe that given the current global environment, which for our continent and region is manifested by an increase in terrorism, violent extremism, a rise in unconstitutional change of government, and other expressions of competition, it is time again to reassess our intervention, to ask ourselves whether our programs that is in COMESA are fit for purpose. It is also, it is therefore with these perspectives that we in COMESA really look forward to the debates and the discussions that will be held here within the next 3 days. Perhaps they could inform our orientation of the programs in COMESA. And with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I wish in conclusion to thank the partners, the International Relations Society of Kenya and the Africa Center for Constructive Resolution of Disputes for their invaluable partnership in convening this inaugural conference. I believe that we have collectively and effectively exploited our comparative advantages, the comparative advantages of the different organizations. And I also believe that this is going to result in a very successful conference as a result of that. So I thank you, dear participants, that have made time to come here, and I really look forward to the discussions and the deliberations. Thank you very much. Pegged on that it is focusing on preventive diplomacy. We all know that the conflicts have now moved from interstate conflict to intrastate conflict, internal conflicts. Why would you talk about international relations when you're talking about internal conflicts? The international community has a very big part to play, whether you're talking about internal conflicts or whatever conflicts you're talking about. Dealing with climate change and the importance of looking.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Miss Elizabeth Mutunga. A big round of applause. She spoke about time to reassess our interventions. For me, that was very powerful. Thank you again. A big round to Elizabeth. Yeah, thank you. Our next speaker, I believe we will be having this conversation virtually. I'd like to introduce him once the media team assures me that he's up and ready. Dr. Vasu Gondan is our next speaker. Good morning, Dr. Vasu. Can you hear me?
Morning, Program Director. I can hear you very clearly.
Where are we connecting with you from?
Durban, South Africa, on the East Coast.
What is the weather like?
Today, 23 degrees, clear sky, beautiful weather. You should be here in Durban.
We are really happy to have you with us. Allow me to introduce you, Dr. Vasu Gordon, PhD, Executive Director and Founder, or should I say Founder and Executive Director of Africa Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, otherwise known as ACCORD. Dr. Vasu, the floor is yours now, if you could give us your address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and let me apologize in advance for not joining you personally, but I have a personal crisis. My brother is hospitalized, and so I canceled most of my trips. Otherwise, I would have been with you in person. Let me start by acknowledging firstly Mr. Leonard Wanyama, the CEO, and Dr. Kizito Sabala, the chair of IRSK, for your partnership. Thank you very much for inviting ACCORD to partner with you. And of course, my friend of long standing, I cannot say old friend because I see she seems to get younger, Elizabeth Matunga, whom we have known each other for many, many years and worked very closely across the continent, I think since the inception of COMESA, probably over the last 15 years or so. Ambassador Anthony Okara, let me also greet you, as well as Honorable Nelson Kucher, who the chairman of the Defense, Foreign Relations and Intelligence Committee of the National Assembly of Kenya. And last but not least, and I left it for the last, is our really outstanding diplomat on the continent, Ambassador Erastus Mwencha, who was hoping that I would be able to see personally in Kenya. Program Director, I was asked to take about 10 minutes because I won't join you for the high-level session, and to share with you some of my thoughts on the very, very interesting topic that IRSK has chosen for this first seminar: the international relations and diplomacy in an era of polycrisis and geostrategic competition in the COMESA region. This is one of the most decisive times for Africa, and let me echo what Elizabeth has said about time. Time is running out for us in Africa. This is, I would say, this is the last period that we have as a continent and COMESA as a region in order to turn around the fortunes of our continent. I was listening very carefully to the anthem of COMESA, which talks about blessed Africa, land of resources and wealth, and COMESA leading to prosperity and unity. Now, that is a dream we have all had for our continent. This is a dream that COMESA has had for the COMESA region, but it is a dream that can evaporate very, very quickly. I have been in this field since 1992, so that's 31 years working in conflicts across Africa, and I have not seen our continent in worse shape than it is in today. Why are we seeing so many coups on the continent, and why are we seeing the kind of internal conflicts that we are seeing in Sudan, for example, what we witnessed in Ethiopia? What is it that is happening on our continent, or what is it that did not happen on our continent over the last several decades, what I call the golden era of mediation and diplomacy and democracy, an era, the last 3 decades, when we could have made significant shifts in our fortunes on the continent. So let me say, in 1990, when there was another major shift in international relations with the fall of the Berlin Wall, the then Secretary General of the OAU at the time, Salim Ahmed Salim, presented a report to the summit which indicated that Africa was at a turning point, and he outlined what Africa needed to do over the next 30 years in order to turn around the continent. I presented 2 months ago in Namibia where I reflected on this report and indicated that unfortunately we have not achieved much of what was laid out in that report 30 years ago. And so we now reach a new inflection point with this geopolitical crisis that we are seeing. There's several existential crises that confront us as Africa, which have been referred to by the other speakers. Of course, the major one being climate change, which will affect our continent, although we are the least contributor to the climate crisis through carbon emissions, we will be the most affected according to the UN IPCC report. So that's the first, the climate crisis. The second is the potential today of a nuclear conflagration across the world, and even more so in the last 3 weeks now with the developments in the Middle East. We are as close as we have come globally to the possibility of a nuclear conflagration. Maybe in Africa we may not be as badly affected, but the knock-on effects on the economies of the world, etc., will have a devastating effect on our continent. Artificial intelligence, and I'm going to spend 2 minutes on that shortly to indicate why it can be a huge opportunity for us, but it's also a huge danger for us on the continent. So what has happened in the last 3 decades that brings us to what I call the tipping point in Africa? And I see there's a number of young people in the audience, and I would like you all to reflect. I'm sorry that I won't be there with you for the rest of the day, but I want to put 2 or 3 points on the table that I hope that you will reflect on over the 2 days that you will be meeting. The first is demographics. Our major challenge on the continent is the demographic shifts that are taking place. In 1990, when Salim Ahmed Salim presented that report, there were 600 million people on our continent. Today, there's 1.4 billion people, which means that in 1990, it took us 1,990 years to reach 600 million people. But in a span of 40 years to 2023, we have added an additional 800 million people, an additional 800 million in 40 years. By 2050, we will be 2.4 billion people on the planet. Now look at COMESA. The COMESA region in 2010, you had 488 million people. In 2020, 567 million people. By 2043, you will have just over 1 billion people in the COMESA region. 3 of the countries in the top 5 population-wise globally, not even in Africa, are in the COMESA region. That's Ethiopia, the DRC, and Egypt. Now, we are not a small continent. We are a huge continent, so we can accommodate all of the people. But there's another thing that's happening, and that has been happening the last 3 decades. It's rapid urbanization into all of our cities. Just look at Nairobi, where you are sitting now, and think about Nairobi 30 years ago and think about Nairobi today. I was in Nairobi a month ago, so I know what Nairobi looks like, even with all the new byways and all of that. We are talking about a huge influx of people into Nairobi. The same in Johannesburg, the same here in Durban, in Cairo, in Addis Ababa, in Lagos. All of these megacities are seeing an influx of people. But unfortunately for us on the continent, this urbanization is not coupled with industrialization, as happened in Europe, in Asia, and Latin America. When they were urbanizing, they were also industrializing. So low-skilled farm workers moving to the center were absorbed into low-skilled factory jobs. And the successor generation of that generation went to university and moved into the services sector, and now the 4th industrial revolution. We don't have that sequence on our continent because we have not laid out the infrastructure that is necessary to industrialize the continent. Energy, for example, we have not yet dealt with the Inga project in the DRC. We have not yet dealt with the GERD project in Ethiopia, both of which could fire up the entire continent and help us to industrialize the continent. So without expanding and diversifying economically, the growth of our populations and the urbanization is a huge, huge challenge to us. And this is why you are seeing all of these coups, you are seeing all of these conflicts on the continent, because you've got a huge swathe of young people who are totally excluded from the economies of our countries. And they are now restless, and we've now reached that tipping point. If we don't reverse this over the next decade, the next 2 decades, we will see a lot more destabilization on the continent. So let me conclude, Program Director, with a key point that I would like you to reflect on, because there are 2 things that we talked about over the last several decades that were the assets that Africa would have that will leapfrog us into the future and jettison us into the future. The first is, we said that the 1 billion young people that we will have on the continent when we are 2.4 billion people, it will become the factory of the world. And we said with an aging population in China, in Europe, and in America, what we will find is that they will shift their production to Africa. Now, China in 2020 had 280 million people over 60. By 2030, they will have 400 million people over 60. And they will be battling with the labor force, and that was the logic that we used, that they will now shift to Africa, and so we will be able to industrialize, we'll be able to become what China became to Europe and the Americas, we would become to China and the rest of the world. But we forgot about artificial intelligence, so we didn't even know about artificial intelligence. So let me tell you what is happening. With artificial intelligence, they are now producing humanoids, and China displayed them last year. China will be producing humanoids by the thousands as of next year, 2024. There is a company in the United States that will produce 10,000 humanoids per year. What does that mean? It means that they will have their factories being run by humanoids. They will not need to shift production. There is a company in China now that has increased its productivity by almost 200%, and it has reduced its defects by 80% in its factory by using humanoids. So humanoids will work 24/7, no lunch break, no trade union, and they will be producing at an enormous rate. Why will these countries want to shift their factories to Africa? So now what do we do with 1 billion young people if we don't industrialize, if we don't move into the future? I'd like you to think very, very carefully, because this 1 billion young people, if they are not gainfully employed and they are not given a vocation, they are not accommodated in universities, and we are not producing enough universities and technicons on our continent to absorb all of them, they will be taken up by insurgent groups, by criminal syndicates, etc., because they would be very vulnerable and very susceptible. Insurgencies in Africa between 2014 and today have risen by 300%. That's the 400%, sorry. That's the statistic. And what we are seeing in our urban areas is a rise in social and political conflict. So we have to make and shift gear very, very fast. And therefore, let me leave you with that thought for you to think about. The second and last thing I want to talk about is the second asset that we've talked about is our resources. Even in the COMESA anthem, we talk about blessed are Africa's land of resources and wealth. Well, even that has a timeline to it, because coltan and cobalt and rare earth materials, platinum, all of the things that's needed for the industries of today exist in meteors in space. The technology exists today, and there are many, many companies who are investing heavily in sending spacecraft to those meteors to mine those resources and bring them back to Earth. It is not even fiction anymore. It is happening. So what will happen to the value of our resources on the continent? So the two assets that we have, our resources and our human resources, our natural resources, both will be compromised within the next decade. This is the challenge, not an existential challenge, a direct challenge to the survival of our continent. And I hope you will be able to focus on these issues. And I'm sorry that I am not able to be there with you. As Elizabeth said, I'm very passionate about these issues. I am passionate about mediation, but in a world that is increasingly becoming securitized and militarized, mediation, the gap for mediation is closing. Yet today is the time when we need more mediation, when we need more cooperation in the world. I wish you well. I thank you again, IRSK, for your partnership and look forward to a continuing partnership as we find African solutions to African challenges and as we look to the interests of Africa as opposed to all the conflicting interests that might compete on our continent and lay us bare again. Thank you very much.
Again, a big hand of gratitude to Dr. Vasu Gordon. Dr. Vasu, we are sorry to hear about your brother, but almost very delighted that you could be able to join us. Spoke about the risk around human resources in the coming decade. That's a problem or a question we need to ponder. I want to invite our next speaker, somebody that I really enjoyed talking to and listening to. Always as a twist to every argument that he puts forth. Allow me at this point to welcome to the stage Ambassador Anthony Okara, who is the Ambassador Africa Leaders Malaria Alliance. Karibu, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. I really would like to appreciate the entire leadership of the IRSK, as well as COMESA for putting this together. I'd like to join in the joy that you've all been expressing in having this. The first time I related with the IRSK, we had a small corner in some hotel. When I walked in today, I was pretty excited to see this setup. So you're growing, and we are happy to be part of this process. I also would like to appreciate those that have spoken before me. I think you've made my work very easy. You've raised very key issues. You've highlighted and explained really pretty well some of the things we need to think about as a region in this time that we are faced with. It's debatable, but with the poly crisis, as you put it. I think it's an interesting arena. Now, maybe before I proceed, I was talking to Elizabeth and she wanted to know whether I was a doctor and what I was doing in malaria. So I wear several hats, and I'm sure the reason why the society invited me wasn't because of malaria per se, but because of the things that I've been doing in the international relations space. And I brought that experience into the fight against malaria. So I'll touch on it a little bit at the end just to provide the context. But the discussion on this polycrisis and geostrategic competition is an important one for us and for everyone. I also would like to, as I was coming in, I was engaging with the organizers, and they did mention that normally the youth, we have members in the society who are youthful, but they don't get very excited about participating in these events. But in this particular time, you are able to convince them to come. We would like to encourage them to really take part in this. I am here with one such young gentleman over there called Bradley, a recent graduate of Strathmore University. And what the youth do is bring credibility and proper ownership to processes. It's not just, we normally go back to this narrative of energy, excitement, and so on, creativity, but also credibility. One of the big challenges that you'll see across most of the continent today is a crisis in leadership and lack of faith. Most of the people are beginning to have very little faith in administrations across. We saw in Kenya, for instance, there was a dip in the participation in the elections process. I think we lost about 40% drop from the previous election. In Nigeria, it was even worse. I think the people that elected the current administration were 27%. So there's that general mood where there's apathy and a lack of faith in institutions and processes of governance on the continent. And we see that, and that is a real danger, because then what will happen when they completely lose faith in these elections and say we are tired of the leaders and we want change? What are the means available to them? Are they means that can be contained and rallied in a particular direction? Those are questions that we need to contemplate. So the more you engage the youth, and with what Dr. Vanu was talking about, the frightening prospect of humanoids, you'll have a bigger challenge in Africa in engaging the youth if those humanoids come on stream, because there's then even less to offer to them. So it's critical that they participate early on and take over this as we proceed. Now, I'll not define or attempt to define polycrisis, but just to provide a context for the discussions that we intend to have today. As I was reading through this and brushing up, and I think Dr. Vanu did make reference to it, I came across an expression that humanity is faced with two catastrophic, indeed existential threats today: climate change and nuclear war. This may sound alarmist and frightening, but he also did mention that we've never come so close as a human race to nuclear war as we are today. Not that it will happen, but this is the closest we've come. And as well, climate change, we are at almost the point when beyond which it will become irreversible. All right? And I would like to quote one renowned author and very active commentator, Thomas Friedman. He says one of the biggest challenges we face as humanity is to manage what is already unavoidable and to avoid what will be truly unmanageable. The way the trend is going now on both fronts, there'll come a point when it will become unmanageable. And I was listening to also the scientists. We tend to look as we talk about doomsday scenarios, about the end of the world. What we don't realize is that the planet will continue. This planet will continue for another 4, maybe 6 billion years. What may not continue is humanity on that planet. And it is within our ability and capacity to make a change. I would like to then transition with that thought into the geopolitical, geostrategic competition that is existing right now, and to perhaps look at what has been debated for maybe the last decade on the role of what has for a long time been the single hegemon. Do we still have hegemony in the international order system? Is there a transition? There have been predictions over time that perhaps the United States has begun a decline, and maybe new powers are going to emerge. We have looked towards China. There was a mention of Russia at some point, but both have had internal challenges. And today, there is discussion. In fact, when you look at scenarios on the economic front, there was a prediction that by 2027, China would become the largest economy in the world. But due to factors that have happened in the past on the pandemic and so on, this does not appear the case anymore. But what does that mean for us on the international perspective? I was also getting a sense from what the Americans themselves feel. And I looked at two articles, latest articles from two people. There's a gentleman called Jake Sullivan. He's the National Security Advisor. And there is Robert Gates, who was also in the previous administration. And they have different perspectives, but they feel strongly that the United States is still a strong dominant force and will continue to be so for some time to come. However, there are challenges to it, all right? And for them, the biggest challenge comes from two countries, China, and Russia. And their power is down to, in their view, two people, President Xi and President Putin. And the character and personality of those people influences the behavior and conduct of those two countries. Gates argues that the two gentlemen would like to restore previous glories of their countries. So they want to recreate the Soviet Union superpower status that Russia has since diminished, and China would like its proper place to be acknowledged. But in the process, in the view of Gates, they have made catastrophic mistakes and will continue to do so. And they have underestimated the United States, and those mistakes will lead them into trouble. The decision to go into Ukraine was a problem in their view, and the decision of China, which they argue, whose intention it is to ensure they have control or domination over Taiwan by 2027, will also be a mistake. Now, with these perspectives, US is making certain moves across the global system. And this is going to affect the global order as we know it. And what we in Africa have to determine, when you listen to the mental health experts, they tell you, worry about things you can do something about, or you can make a difference. Don't focus too hard on things that are beyond you. But in making a difference to things, it's important to understand your context, your environment. So the mentioning of these global rearrangements and realignments is to provide us with a basis to have a proper understanding. Even as we decide and look at all these scenarios, whether we are looking at trade in COMESA region, the conflict issues, we've been asking Elizabeth to help us to highlight a bit more, but they're not in a vacuum. There's a global context, and that competition will affect us because those two dominant forces are trying to ensure they have leverage at every point. I'll mention just one additional issue that now comes into the mix. We've all assumed, not assumed, we've all felt that what will happen is the decline of one power and the rise of another. But there's another view that perhaps what is going to happen is more of thematic discussion areas, thematic areas. So it will not be the replacement of the US as the dominant force by another country, but the spread out of power as it exists today. So we have military power, you have economic power, and digital power. For military power, the discussion is, for the next 10 or 20 years, the US will not be challenged. Of course, we've seen China coming up, and now for the first time, they have more warships than America has. But America is not worried about it. They say the quality of the warships is not something they lose sleep about. However, they're developing. When you look at their budget, it is more than the rest of the countries put together. On the economic front, as I mentioned earlier, China was meant to come by 2027 and become the largest economy, but factors have conspired against that, and it looks like that may not happen. Economists are not very clear, but they also say that if China does not surpass the US by 2027, they never will. All right, because the US is also growing and considering its options. So the economic environment, you'll have perhaps the US and its bloc, the EU and others, as one important factor. Then you'll have the BRICS, perhaps, as an important factor, and the other neutral groups. So the economic space will be kind of shared out by the different powers. Now, the third space is the digital space. So a lot of the discussions, a lot of interactions are these days done through digital space, through social media, and this is shaping the way we think and do things. And in the past, what governments told us and what governments announced was the formal mode of communicating. I remember in the old days, when you wanted to hear something and you're told it's been announced, it was official, you took it. That was it. Now, what the government says is just one of the many voices you hear on social media. But it's not just about how we are exchanging this information through social media. It is also how the key tech companies are investing and determining how you make decisions. So it's not just innocent. You watch YouTube, you participate in Facebook, but they study you. They have powerful systems, algorithms that look at your manner and also influence you in making decisions. So there's tremendous power in the hands of this digital space. So we've had dominance from the West, but now we are seeing China also rising. We have TikTok that is now the one that really influences the younger generation. Facebook is considered old. You've hardly gotten used to it, but it's now being considered old. So this is where the power lies. And the two dominant forces again in that space is China and the United States. And Africa has become an important frontier in that battle. Where Africa goes in the digital space is a factor that the Western world, the two powers would like to dictate and determine, or like to be a part of that journey. You see the Facebook leaders coming to the country, visiting Nigeria, South Africa, and others to try and make sure that as you grow in that process, they are part of the journey. And we are also building our own capacities, assuming and hoping that it's independent, but a lot of the influence comes from these two regional groups. So that is probably how the global space would look like going for the next 2 decades. So where do we fit in? How does our region come into play? Now, how we respond depends a lot on our own internal capacities and organization. A lot has been said, issues have been raised, but are we structured? Do we have the strength? Do we have the institutional bit to take care or respond effectively to all this? When you look at the region today, we have a serious situation in Sudan. There's a conflict there that it's been going on for more than a year now, and we don't know whether there's any solution in sight. We have a challenge in, we had the Tigrayan war in Ethiopia that ended, but a new conflict is now arising with the Amhara's region now replacing the Tigray, and that is a serious challenge as well. So Ethiopia has been a dominant force in the Horn of Africa, that space, but it's now so focused internally, is unable to project itself to ensure the balance in the Horn of Africa. And that was key in ensuring, for instance, that the piracy that was dominant in the Red Sea area was managed. But with Ethiopia distracted, there's no telling whether that will arise again, and that will affect all the shipments that you have. Already we have a problem because the top 9 shipping companies have come together to form a platform, which we were told was meant to make things easier for us and cheaper. But instead, they have formed themselves into a cartel, and prices have gone up. So in addition to all the challenges you have from Ukraine and Russia war, the now new conflict in the Middle East, a weakness in the Horn of Africa would be a serious challenge for our region in terms of the imports and exports that we use by sea. Those are factors to consider. Down in the eastern part of Africa, I think if you look at Kenya, Tanzania, and the others, we are faced with perhaps the greatest economic challenge of our time in the history of the country. There are tremendous economic challenges. When you listen to the advisors to the government saying that we are in ICU, so, and you go down, the story is similar across. We have health challenges. I was talking to health experts, and they tell us that when we started in 2011 in the fight against malaria, our goal was to have it eliminated by 2030. And we were convicted that that could happen. In the first 8 years, we were on target. We were progressing. The instance of malaria was reduced by half. In the last 3 years, unfortunately, a lot has happened and taken us off track. All right? So there are basic interventions that you normally take. The tests, providing free nets, and so on. But that work is not in itself enough. There's resistance being built by the vectors. The medicines that we use are not effective. The chemicals that are being used to fight are not effective. So when deaths had been reduced to around 300,000 to 400,000 per year, we are back now in 600,000. Annually, we lose 600,000 Africans to malaria. 80% are below the age of 5. And this is growing. Now, what is more complicated is that there's a new mosquito that has come into the region. And this mosquito, in the past, malaria was more of a rural problem and it was seasonal. There's a new mosquito. Conspiracy theorists will suggest it looks like it was manufactured because it is exactly the opposite of what we have learned or prepared for. It is an urban mosquito. It's not seasonal. It's active from January to December. And most of the mosquitoes used to be active between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. So if you're under a mosquito net, you'd be okay. This one is active all the time. It could bite you now. It's resilient. So what they're fearing is that this is going to become a pandemic. All right? Now, there's the deaths, which are regrettable. But we also have the illnesses. Annually, we have 190 million cases of malaria in Africa. And that means, if you've suffered from malaria, at least 4 days you cannot work. So those are man-hours lost to us. All right? So these are challenges that we need to address, we need to deal with, which we cannot with all our weaknesses and challenges going on a continental level, but within the context also of the global world, which is distracted by other problems. Ordinarily, they would give us a lending hand in sorting out our issues, but we have those distractions. So I just wanted to throw a bit of that. There's a lot more to provoke our thoughts and to guide our discussions as we get into the next stage. Hopefully that we can come up with some concrete ideas on how we can then address these issues. How, when we talk about African solutions for African problems, if you can find a way around this delicate balance and get solutions, then you can people will begin to listen to you, or else it will just be rhetoric. Thank you very much.
Let's give another big round of applause to Ambassador Okara. Ambassador, you've talked about crisis in leadership and lack of faith in it. That is very, very interesting. Then the ambassador says the planet as we know it will still be there for millions and millions of years to come. He doubts that humanity will exist then. I posit that will humanity exist, but in a different shape and form? Maybe that is something for scholars to try and figure out. But thank you again. A big round of applause to Ambassador. I want to call to the floor somebody I've always looked forward to meet. I've only had the privilege to read about him or to listen to people talk about him. He commands tremendous respect in the country and in the region, and I dare say globally. He is here today out of his busy schedule to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to put your hands together to Ambassador Erastus Mwencho. Chairman, Africa Capacity Building Foundation. Oh, he's online. Thank you. Ambassador, you can hear me? Can you hear me, Ambassador Mwencho? Yeah, if you could unmute.
Very well, I can hear you very well.
You can hear me. I was so
Yes.
hopeful that you will be here in person.
Yeah, thank you.
I was so hopeful that you'll be here in person, but then nonetheless, we are happy to have you here. Karibu sana. I want to give you some time now to address us. If you could proceed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, moderator, and I'm so happy to be in the midst of not only friends, but a group of scholars and thinkers that one would always have wished to be with. But today I'm talking from Kampala, perhaps because I've not lost my old but habits of trying to understand the scope and breadth of this continent. And for that, I would like in particular to thank my dear sister, Elizabeth. We worked together in COMESA before I left, and I can see the unit that started as a small cell is now gone places. And thank you very much for the work you've done. I would also like to thank those who have spoken, and in particular, Ambassador Okara. He and I have worked together before, and we agree in many ways, and there are some areas we agree to disagree, and perhaps that will become clear when I talk on some of the issues that he has alluded this morning. But perhaps before I talk about the PASU, let me thank the Honorable Member of Parliament who is with us, and we look forward to engaging Parliament because the issues we discuss here about international relations must also be anchored in law, but also be anchored in our governance structures in the system. FASU has been a great friend, and we have worked together in many areas, and he has hosted us down there in that serene place in KwaZulu-Natal, and many of you may wish to visit it one of these days. You will come with an unforgettable experience. Straight into the subject. First, thank you, IRSK, for putting together this such an important topic at such a time. And today we are looking at a time when we are losing faith in the global economic systems, and perhaps more so, we see the peace dividends that were promised, or very much right side of it from the 90s, fading away. And that is following the end of the Cold War. And now we have, I would say perhaps for your consideration, for international relations, an interplay of a number of factors which are economic, social, political, military, and technology that are shaping our world. And perhaps to continue the litany of the challenges that we face today, look at the pandemics, and Ambassador Anthony Okaras just referred to some of it. We still are marching out of COVID, and there are many more to come. But go down the alley of economics. And since Elizabeth talked about COMESA anchoring its peace and security architecture on the economic aspect of it, what is the impact of all these global trends, which one can say there is a human type of challenges, but there are also natural challenges that are coming. Whether you're talking about climate change, terrorism, cyber attacks, or migration, monetary fiscal challenges, debt and inflation, unemployment, extreme poverty. Perhaps one can take a very narrow example, and thank you, Pasu, for bringing in the demographics and what it's producing. Look at, for instance, the kind of populism that we see around the world, which is centered on demographics, where certain quarters in the world are worried that as we move forward towards 2050 and beyond, perhaps out of 3 people, 1 will be in Africa. And that is also worrying the rest of the international community, because they see migration could be altering demographics around the world. And because of that, we see extremism or populism that is emerging. And we starting to see governments that really take an extreme position even on matters of international relations. And so in your construct of international relations, these are factors that as IRSK, you could also put into account on how this is playing out, and thank you first for bringing it. But I want to bring it from another point of view, that because of perhaps a point that I share differently from Ambassador Clara, that we have hegemonic kind of leadership around the world, and that is going to continue to remain. Perhaps I take a different view and see that we probably are moving towards a multipolar society. And you can see that there is a quest in the society for either a non-aligned movement or a multipolar kind of alignment, because hegemony is starting to take a different direction. And some of the scholars that Anton referred to do agree that with the leadership also bestows responsibility. But that responsibility, if you look at back 1945, when the UN Security Council was put in place, and this is one of the areas I want to address, it was foreseen that we would never get to a situation that we fight again, like at the level of World War II. But now there is talk, and this is admitted by all the speakers, that yes, we're coming close to what one might call a third world war. But I wouldn't even think that we're moving towards a world war. We are already in a Cold World War, which began around 2014 when China started to announce about Belt and Road Initiative, and we saw uneasiness around the world. And that has unsettled a number of headquarters to a point that we now see geopolitical landscape change a lot. That is characterized by 2-3 features. One is the collapse of the UN Security Council to some level of paralysis. That at that level, the UN Security Council is split now, and it's been made worse by the crisis in Ukraine, and more so by what is happening in Palestine and Israel. To the point that with the Security Council now not able to function, we are probably left to look to regional mechanisms. Perhaps we are lucky that this is provided for under the UN Security Charter. But regional mechanisms, I mean, if you look at the AU Peace and Security Architecture, it is also challenged now. And somebody did refer to the coups, and I think first talked with that, yes, what are these coups telling us? It is because of governance issues, but also because international relations have failed to address some of the inequalities and unfair economic architecture around the world. And so we now have the unipolar system, which was anchored and which rested on the pillars of the UN Charter, is collapsing. And because of that, we may now see proliferation of efforts, and you have seen it, whether it is the crisis in the Sudan or whether it is the crisis in Ukraine, efforts to try and solve those crises coming from myriad of sources, indicating that the UN is not able to, and indicating that we may have to. And I've deliberately taken this to say, how does this COMESA peace and security architecture help us? The one aspect that attracted me most is to see that you are centering on prevention, early warning, and mediation that is based on what the others have referred to, African solutions to African challenges. And I think this is what we should start looking at. What does that mean? It means we must go back, and if it is African solutions, we must start thinking, how do we bring Utu? Because to me, capitalism seems to be faced with a challenge, because whereas even what we now call, sustainable development goals, no one should be left behind. But it's clear that the strategy that is being followed, the economic architecture, millions and millions of people are being left behind. And because of that, we must go back and ask ourselves, where did the rain start beating us? We need now to look at the economic architecture around us, and perhaps bring in a system that is people-centered, that will look to the extreme poverty, the migration that is taking place, the unemployment that is a huge challenge, but also address the social aspects of, say, the pandemics and the climate change. This will require that we run away from the current race, what I would call race to the bottom. Because, and here I want to just make one point and stop there. In the statistics of the World Bank itself, it shows that given the kind of protections and economic wars that ensued, especially following the pandemic, and some because of fear of the rise of China and the rest, and the sanctions and the rest, we have affected global economic growth. In the coming year itself, statistics indicate that US will be growing at 0.8%, and it might even go into kind of recession. China will be growing at a rate of about 4%, from down where it used to be at 7%. And you can see this is because of this race to the bottom, because of competition. What that tells us, or those, somebody has argued that billions of years that will be there. A human nature is one species that's capable of self-extinction. And given the kind of scenario that we see, that we cannot cooperation, whether it's climate change or in all these economic areas, perhaps I wear a pessimistic heart that shows that time is running out, that unless we change the trajectory how we are cooperating, we are moving towards a disaster. And that's why, at a smaller level, if you look at the commercial region itself, more than half of the countries are in one crisis or another. In fact, if you look at the economic loss arising from, conflicts, it is the billions. I was looking at one country, Burundi is said to have lost about 70% of its GDP the last few years. Sudan is losing billions and billions. Now, what does that tell us? And if you look at the crisis in the Sudan, we just self-extinction. So I don't want to paint a very grim picture, but what I want to say, when I look at the crisis in the Sudan and the rest, it is all about governance. It is all about inclusiveness. It is all about sustainable economic growth models. And so this is a challenge that you have as a conference, that we can articulate a trajectory that will help us to think out of the box and bring solutions that will enable us to confront the challenges we have today. I simply want to wish you the best, and I hope I can be able to join you 1 or 2 hours in the coming days to enjoy that very rich menu that I see on the program. And wish you Godspeed. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Another big round of applause for Ambassador. A very interesting soundbite. Human race capable of self-extinction. That is really interesting. We'll have a quick fire conversation because of interest of time, and we're trying to catch up. I still think it is prudent for me to call our speakers for a small conversation. If you will join me on the stage, Leonard Wanyama, please come forward. Miss Elizabeth Mutunga, please come forward. Ambassador Anthony Okara. I had scheduled this for 40 minutes, but I'm collapsing it to just about 20. Karibu, take your seats. The guys assisting with the mics, if you could make 4 mics available. Yeah, just feel free to take whichever seat. So, gentlemen and lady, we'll keep this very short, very sweet, and very punchy. And I will first go to Ambassador Okara. This is my question to you. How would you describe what we have coined as an era of polycrisis and geostrategic competition? From where you sit, what does that look like? What does it mean to you? Yeah, there's a switch.
Hello?
Yeah,
Can
you
you
can
hear me?
hear.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that question. And when I spoke earlier, I tried to steer clear of attempting to define it. But what the academic world will tell you is that a polycrisis is any combination of 3 or more interacting systemic risks that produce a single emergent crisis. And this can exist at the global level. pointing towards what we mentioned earlier, the threats that would affect or threaten the human existence or mankind. So that is at the global level. But then at the regional level, when you now scale this down to the regional level, it is when it affects the ability of a region to then respond or actively participate in the global environment. In our current situation today, there are many things that have been going on that create this kind of scenario. The wars that are happening in Russia-Ukraine, the current crisis in the Middle East, the threat we are seeing building up towards Taiwan, China, and the need for them to flex that opportunity. And then the larger issues of the environment and the nuclear scenario, which if either one of them happened, it will spell doom to the human race as we know it. We are at a point where we still have a window. We can take actions as a human race and avert that crisis. But there's a point beyond which whatever you do, you'll be accelerating faster into the crisis. So it's our hope that our instinct towards self-extinction is stopped and that we stop and actually take action. We're looking at even the United States. It is aware of some of these issues, but it's unable to explain to its own people because of the structural challenges, the political, of the crisis. They're still caught up in a problem of having a speaker, not seeing the bigger issues. Recently, they went to the Middle East to try and conjure up a peaceful environment. They didn't meet anyone apart from Israel. So it is an issue that can spread into areas that becomes beyond our control. And it's very alive.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Mr. Wanyama, what's your perspective on the same question? When we talk polycrisis and geostrategic competition, what comes to mind?
When I think of crisis and that the state of competition, I think I'm looking at it in the sense of three things, and I'd borrow from my recent reading of a journalist called Bob Woodward. We are finding ourselves in a state of fear, rage, and peril. Not too long ago, and in this regard I'm speaking about fear, we were talking about, are you pro-Ukraine or pro-Russia? Now, are you pro-Israel or pro-Palestine? But there was also another very fervent debate, and probably I can link it to health. The question of, are you pro-vaccine or are you anti? And all these were are taken in an identity sort of dichotomy that really creates fogs of war on any issue. And so the fact that we are not thinking about the nuances is what, for me, I find to be a question of crisis. Because if we take the Ukraine situation, I took it very personal about how the alternative peace mission of African leaders was derided, because we were viewing it differently from ourselves as Africans, what's going on. But it seemed worldwide, even just the commentaries like, what do these Africans know about the Ukrainian-Russia peace and what can they do? So the fact that we keep getting locked into these silos and we don't get to give alternatives or give our voice or give our solutions, for me, actually, that is the crisis.
Interesting, very interesting. Ms. Matunga, all this presents a very complex situation for peace and security. And I'm thinking it's a new world order. We are largely using the same policing principles of yesteryears to solve today's problems. As a governance expert, what's your take? This has a serious implication, complex situation for peace and security, what we're discussing, polycrisis and this mode of competition. And I'm arguing that in the area of governance, from your expertise, is the policing tools we have today fit for the new purposes?
No, thank you very much for that question. And I think the way I would answer it is to say that if you look at governance, if you look at the instruments that we have developed, all those things are actually pretty good. They have been well thought out, and coming at this stage and say that perhaps they have big gaps would not be something that I would say, because I've watched the processes that have gone into developing these instruments. Yes, there are some new things that come up like climate change and all these other things that also need to be factored in. But I also know that as all these are developed, we have often looked ahead a little bit. I think some of the issues that we are faced with are, number one, if I look at the continent, is that we do not have a voice. We hardly have we know what we want to do, we know what we want, but we hardly have a voice. Let me give you an example. If you look at Libya, for example, before the Libya crisis, Africa insisted on dialogue. Let us dialogue, let us discuss this thing. But the West came and did what they want, and we can see what Libya is all about. We look back in retrospect, we were right. But we just didn't have a voice. And why didn't we have a voice? Because you have a voice if you have got something that you're carrying with you, and that is economics. As a region, we have continued to, for example, trade in primary goods and so on and so forth. So we don't have that economic muscle that gives us a voice to speak. If you look at the Great Lakes region, for example, we've got numerous resources there. We can talk about the governance and everything else, but again, the interest of the external party as the external and the people with the muscle often always carries the day. So I will say that yes, there are some areas that we need to kind of look and see, for example, look at climate change and other things and see, okay, we need to now look at things slightly differently, but I think we've got the tools. We just need to have a stronger voice as Africa.
Very good. Very, very powerful. I'll still ask you another question, Ms. Matunga. This is still to you. You did mention something about the need of bridging the gap between theory and practice, which means that we need to invest more in research to better understand the problems that we are facing. Do you think the scholars have done enough, and why? The scholars who help us develop theories that we can apply ourselves to in solving some of the problems we face. Do you think, in your considered opinion, scholars have done enough?
Scholars will never do enough. It's work in progress, but they've done very well. The practitioners, that is, for example, let's look at COMESA, for example. We are the ones who are going to take that theory and turn it to practice. But then again, look at it. Who is COMESA? COMESA is not a secretariat that comprises of 60 people that can make certain decisions very quickly. COMESA comprises 21 countries, and certain decisions will have to be made if these 21 countries are also in, they are also in agreement to these things. Normally you find that when you're dealing with very many people, the process of moving is pretty slow. You move at the pace of the slowest person. So I think it is, the scholars have done pretty well, and like I said, it's work in progress. But the fact that theory has not been linked to practice cannot really be put to the researcher as much as the one that is implementing.
Oh, that's very, very useful. I'll go back to Ambassador, as we're just about to wind up now. Ambassador, just your thoughts again around the role of diplomacy in international relations where this issue is concerned. What are your thoughts around? What's the role of diplomacy in the current situation?
Thank you. That's a very broad question, but I'll try and limit it to some of the areas we've mentioned now. Without diplomacy, if you just start without diplomacy, what is left is then conflict and perhaps the threat of use of violence in order to extend national power or to secure interests. So definitely, it is now more than ever that diplomatic engagement is absolutely critical. And the protagonists must talk to one another. But a key essence of diplomacy is trust. When you look at the players, do they have trust in each other? Without trust, you can't engage. So you must then get individuals or systems where you can have trust. You had the mention that the UN system is more or less collapsing. That is one of the most important platforms for engagement and discussion on a diplomatic basis, but it's becoming weakened. When you look at on the African continent as well, at the AU level, the AU Peace and Security Council is becoming less and less effective than it was perhaps in the last 5 years. So diplomacy is key, but we must then provide an environment where everything else supports that purpose, and then you can achieve some results.
Thank you very much. Wanyama, the last question to you. Ambassador did talk about, it may have been said in a light way, that the planet will stay. Humanity may not be here in the years to come. Does this mean we have lost this war?
I'm an optimist. I think I was telling you just on the side about a gentleman who told me a story from the Bible about Jacob wrestling an angel up to the point of the angel to win. He had to like hit him in the hip and whatnot. So humanity, Kenyans, Africans, we have that fighting spirit. How we would exist going forward, I think that's a very interesting thing. You know, like the Terminator was a fantasy. Today I don't watch National Geographic anymore. You just go on YouTube and you watch Boston Dynamics and you see all these robots and you're wondering, where the hell are we going? There's research on consciousness and all that, so there's so much happening. But the fact is that we have that enduring spirit. And I look at this from a research point. Research will help us in planning ahead. The Kenya we have today was imagined in 2000 by a number of people who, some have gone into government, some are in government right now, in terms of just scenarios. And it's good to have that kind of research, that kind of thinking, so that you can prepare for whatever comes your way. Because trouble is always coming. You cannot imagine the amount of dread I have after the explanation I've just been given by Balozi about this new mosquito. And I say this very seriously. Just one thing you may not have noticed is, if you look at most East Africans' eyes, they always say that maybe someone has been drinking. Why do East African eyes have this brown thing in, you know? That is actually scarring from malaria. So you can tell the effect of malaria in our society by looking at people's eyes. A number of us, particularly those, if you've ever been hit by something like cerebral malaria, the scar is in your eyes. So you can walk, for instance, worldwide, you look at people's, and you see they have this very white. But for us, that is the impact of malaria that we've had in our society. So if an epidemic level event is coming, we really have to think through that, public health-wise, public finance-wise, and this goes to the local level, and also just thinking, because when we will need the medicine, we shouldn't find ourselves in the international debacle we found ourselves like during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mutunga, I invite you now to make your final remarks.
No, thank you very much. I think for my final remark, what I would do is just talk about the issues of demographics, which Vasu started to talk about, particularly and specifically relating to the youth and the danger we face when we exclude the youth. Although I mentioned the youth, I say when you leave any group behind. So my final word is that in every intervention, it's extremely important to ensure that no one is left behind.
Thank you very much. Mr. Onyemo, your final remarks, and then we go to Ambassador, and then we can bring this to a close.
Thank you. I think I'd like to appreciate this session. I think it sets the tempo very well for the meeting we have set for you. I'd like to appreciate Madam Elizabeth, Ambassador Okari, for making time for us. We are very, very grateful. And I look forward to fruitful deliberations in terms of thinking strategically about our place in the world going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. And the final word, Ambassador?
Thank you. Maybe just before I say, I just want to give an example on the issue of diplomacy. In order to be effective, one of the things that you must not do is rely entirely on helicopter diplomacy. So you have a crisis, you come in, attend to people and get out. Today, we have a big, big challenge in the Middle East, and the most consequential power in that entire region for the longest time has been the United States. So there's expectation that they will help contain the situation. But they went in. Now, today, US does not have an ambassador in Israel. They don't have an ambassador in Egypt. They don't have an ambassador in Lebanon. In all the important areas, they don't have an active sitting ambassador because the names have been sent to the Congress. They are waiting clearance. And you see how the Congress is right now. So it's ineffective. And without presence, just like in your homes, your relationships as a parent, if you're not present, if you're going to do telephone parenting, it's difficult. So the same way with diplomacy, you need presence. And the problem with that, then, it will escalate. And that is a key challenge that it is faced with today. We hope that they can find a way to move forward and offer the leadership they always say that they do. Otherwise, we will not move far. Thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with you and for these discussions. I look forward to further interactions.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for my panelists. If I can invite my chairman on the stage, we'll just take a group photograph, if you don't mind joining us, Rosaline. Yeah, and you could just, yes. Yeah, we say chairman from where I come from, and that's a word of honor. I've always called a chairman. I was being corrected. Okay, if you could just... a big round of applause for them again. So I would like to invite Andrea. She can guide us if we'll take a break first for 15 minutes and have some tea. Is that okay? Yeah, we have been invited for a time of tea. How many minutes do you suggest? 15? 20. Let's take a break for 20 minutes, then we can stream back in 20 minutes. And Andrea, you'll take over the floor from that point. Thank you.
Sawa hapo. Dan, unipige picha. Atina?
Sasa hapa una choice. Unajua kwa nini? Cheki alafu tusonge mbele. Tumeweka kwa
Tupige hivi. Kienda hivi alafu straight. Kama naongea. No. Close up. Ungepiga na hiyo lens nyingine. Kuna ile shot nilikuwa napigia hapa hivi. Oh. Interviews. Kuna interviews wana.
Hello, Dr. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and I'm very sorry to have pulled you away from your tea. I was told it was very sweet, and I promise you it's worth it. So I am Andrea Pra. I am a senior researcher at Accord from South Africa, and one of the co-editors of this publication that we are very honored to be launching today, entitled Mediating Peace in Africa, a study on the role of mediation support units. I met a colleague earlier who was asking me what exactly a mediation support unit is. Well, you are in the right place. Yes, so once again, we are very, very excited and very glad to be part of this prestigious event, and it's an honor for us to launch this publication here. When reflecting on the theme of this conference and its objectives and its aim to bridge theory and practice in international relations and diplomacy, it was clear that this is the perfect forum within which to launch this publication, which reflects the excellent work of practitioner academics who have undertaken original research on the development of institutionalized approaches to mediating peace in Africa, along with a discussion of its limitations and its successes. The research has yielded important findings and implications for the practice of preventive diplomacy in Africa, and is really one of the first kinds of publications to systematically document these mediation support units. So we, as far as possible, tried to fill that gap in the body of knowledge on mediation. So, down to business. In this session, we are joined by the various authors of the respective chapters, some in person and one online. So each author will have a chance to discuss the findings and the implications and just reflect on their research. And this will be followed by a chance to hear your voice with a quick Q&A. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed authors. On my far left, and not an indication of his politics, is Dr. Oita Etiang, based at COMESA, who has over a decade of experience across Africa covering the wider spectrum of conflict prevention, management, resolution, and post-conflict reconstruction processes. Next to him, we have Professor Kasaija Apuli, who is an associate professor in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration from Makerere University in Kampala. And next to him, we have Dr. Kizito Sabala. Of course, you heard him earlier this morning, part of IRSK, who teaches at the Department of Diplomacy and International Relations at Nairobi University. And joining us online is Dr. Brown Odige, who is based at the IRSK Commission as a program officer in the Mediation Directorate of Political Affairs. Please, let's give our authors a round of applause and welcome them. Distinguished guests and colleagues, I would now like to invite you to listen keenly to these presentations, prepare your questions, and I look forward to the conversations that follow. And with that, I would like to welcome Dr. Etiang to present on his chapter, which looked at the institutionalization of mediation support within the COMESA peace and security architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and colleagues, for taking time to engage with us in terms of the various chapter book, I mean the monograph chapters that we... Thank you very much. My chapter was looking at, and the chapter I co-authored with a colleague of mine called Tunji Namaiko, looks at the institutionalization of the mediation support within the COMESA peace and security architecture. You'll recall that the Lagos Plan of Action gave rise to the regional economic communities. And the regional economic communities were supposed to be the foundational institution that the continental regional integration agenda was supposed to be anchored. And that Lagos Plan of Action is what gave rise to RECs like COMESA. So COMESA started in 1981 as a preferential trade area, but its mandate expanded, and there was need for it now to morph into the common market for East and Southern Africa, and that was around 1994. But the challenge then was that while trade between member states was taking root at a slow pace, it was being hampered by intra and intrastate conflicts. And by the wisdom of the founders of COMESA, they felt that there was need for COMESA also to find its niche in the area of peace and security. I know many of you will ask, COMESA is trade, what is it doing? What business does it have when it comes to peace and security? That was the rationale of the formation of this unit called the Governance, Peace and Security within COMESA. And the idea was you cannot trade, you cannot have regional integration without peace and security. So within the unit of peace and security, there are various programs. And one of the programs that was put in place to try and prevent and manage conflict within the COMESA region was the formation of the COMESA Committee of Elders. So the COMESA Committee of Elders is the vehicle through which COMESA engages in the mediation aspects within the region. So there are 9 elders whose work is to try and deal with conflicts as they arise within the COMESA region. And the formation of the COMESA Committee of Elders is basically akin to what was going on in the traditional African society. The work of elders was to try and resolve community conflicts. So what COMESA has done is to amplify that and fit it within its own architecture. And to ensure that this structure functions effectively, there are rules or procedures that have been developed that guide the functions of this committee. There are guidelines that have been established that guide the functions of this committee. So this committee is always deployed to do fact-finding mission, to try and understand the root causes, to try and understand the actors in various conflict. This committee of elders is deployed to deal with emerging conflict. For example, in 2015, the COMESA Committee of Elders was deployed to Burundi to try and deal with the political crisis that was emerging around that time. This Committee of Elders has also been deployed to do election observation. A study was done in COMESA some time back, and it was found out that there are 2 major causes of conflict in the COMESA region. One was to do with the election, and the second one was to do with resources. So this Committee of Elders play a big role in terms of ensuring that elections are not just a ritual that is organized and causes conflict, but they try and ensure that the elections don't bring about division. And in various election observation missions, these elders have been deployed to try and build bridges between competing groups, between competing elders, between competing interests at the national level. This Committee of Elders, to ensure that they work efficiently, to ensure they have the knowledge, the skills in terms of mediation, COMESA has also developed some handbooks that guide their process in mediation. There is a handbook on conflict analysis, and this handbook ensures that the elders understand the various dynamics when it comes to the conflict layout within a given context. There is a handbook that has been developed on how to deal with electoral conflicts. So this specific handbook tries to bequeath them the knowledge on how they can resolve some of the electoral conflicts that emerge within our region. And then the third handbook is on resource-based conflict, which helps them understand or appreciate the various skills that they need to have in order to deal with some of these conflicts. This structure is not devoid of challenges. One of the challenges of this structure that we found out is that it focuses more on track 1 diplomacy at the expense of track 2 and track 3 diplomacy. So what that means is that there is no synergy in terms of mediation efforts at regional, at national, and community levels. And because of that lack of synergy, there is a big gap in terms of its effectiveness, in terms of dealing with the various conflicts that emerge in the region. Secondly, we also found out that while there are very many mediation architectures in the continent, at the AU level, we have the panel of the wise. At the ESC level, I think we also have the panel of the wise. At COMESA, we have the committee of elders. SADC, we have another structure. These structures don't speak to each other. And that becomes a problem when they meet in a theater of conflict. While they argue that the principle of subsidiarity and complementarity applies, but sometimes you'll find all these structures are in one place dealing with the same conflicts. And at some point, this causes confusion, especially among the different actors. Another thing that we found out is that there is no linkages between this structure and civil society and also private sectors, who are also critical actors when it comes to mediating conflicts at the various levels. And this gap also hampers the efficiency of this structure. In terms of recommendation, we are arguing that there should be a framework that will ensure that there is cross-fertilization between the various architectures when it comes to mediation. There is a seamless flow between track 1, track 2, and track 3 architectures to ensure that when we are talking about mediation and solving a conflict, we need to ensure that these various levels that I've spoken about speak to each other. And lastly, we also established that we are very good at creating these structures, especially in the continent, but we don't provide sufficient resources. Do the committee of elders, as a structure formed by COMESA, have sufficient resources for them to execute their mandate? The answer is no. So this hampers their ability to be able to deal with the plethora of conflicts that we have, not only at the regional level, but also at the continental level. Dr. Pra, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oita. Not only did you track the development of the governance, peace and security architecture within COMESA for us, but you also unpacked that security development nexus, which we always need to keep at the back of our minds. And you also stuck to exactly 10 minutes, so great. I would now like to welcome Prof. Apuli to speak about his chapter on the Mediation Support Unit of IGAD, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Prospects and Challenges. Thank you, Prof. Apuli.
Okay, Andrea, thank you very much. Let me also add my voice to those who have thanked the organizers for inviting me to this conference, and also to thank ACCORD for having invited me to participate in this project of putting together this. I think it's a very good reference in terms of if you want to understand conflict prevention. So my chapter is on IGAD, or was in IGAD, and basically I will not repeat what the conceptual idea on why we have regional economic communities. I think Dr. has ably put this Lagos Action Plan, Constitutive Act of the African Union, OAU and stuff. But also to say that IGAD started out in 1986 as IGAD as double D, drought and desertification. But at some point, because of the issues within the region, the conflict in Sudan, the conflict in Somalia, so there was the expansion of the IGAD areas of work to also include issues of peace and security in 1996. So there was the revitalization of IGAD in 96, which of course also now, IGAD has also been revitalized in 2023. We do have a new convention replacing the old agreement establishing IGAD of 1996. So there was that expansion of the areas of work to include peace and security. And hence, IGAD became associated. IGAD as a single D, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, became associated with peace and security in the region. So arising out of that, so there were three processes which I would talk about before I come to the MSU, the IGAD Mediation Support Unit, which is a recent creation. This is a structure that was created in 2012, but also as part of to institutionalize mediation within the IGAD region. IGAD is comprised of 8 countries in the Horn. Eritrea suspended its membership in 2007 because of the issues with Ethiopia, but it returned 3 years ago. So there are 8 countries. So the idea of establishing the mediation support unit was to basically institutionalize mediation arising out of the work of the organization, one, in Sudan. In 2005, IGAD was able to mediate the comprehensive peace agreement which was signed here, which of course resulted in the independence of South Sudan in 2011. But also it had participated in the process in Somalia in 2002, 2003 to 2004, which resulted in the establishment of a then transitional government in Somalia under Abdullah Yusuf. And subsequent to that, of course, when the crisis in South Sudan broke out in 2013, then IGAD became involved as a mediator. And arising out of that intervention, we have 2 agreements. The one of 2015, which is the agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan. And then also you have the revitalized, that agreement was revitalized in 2018. Today, what we call the IRSK, revitalized agreement on the resolution of conflict in South Sudan. So out of those experiences of IGAD, I said, look, so what do we do? Because one of the arguments was that the mediation of IGAD was ad hoc. Whenever there is a crisis, then you put together a team to do the mediation. So then the argument was at the beginning of the 2010s was that let's have a structure within IGAD which will do the mediation, a consolidated mediation. And this is the background to the MSU, the IGAD MSU, established in 2012 with the main mandate of undertaking mediation, a structured mediation within the region. So this structure, which is housed under the PSD, the Peace and Security Department, is headed by a director, and of course there are other program officers. Now, in terms of the structure itself, how it has functioned, because I think this is really the most important in terms of the findings. The structure is good in theory, because then it seeks to consolidate what IGAD has done, especially institutional memory of the 3 processes that has been engaged in. But beyond that, I think there are very serious weaknesses, and you can read the chapter, what I found. By the way, the chapter was as a result in terms of methodology. We also talked to people who work for these structures as part of the methodology. So what they raised was quite a number of issues. One is to do with the fact that the structure is still very small. It's been 10 years now, or 11 years since it was established. There are issues of funding, of course, within the context of, had people here say, African solutions to African problems. But I normally add another two things, which is African solutions to African problems with African money and African leadership. So it's not only solutions to African problems, but we also need the African money and the African leadership. So we have issues to do with funding, issues to do with staffing. This is a very important structure in the context of what we are talking about today. The agenda, and if you have listened to Secretary General Guterres and the latest report called Our Common Agenda, he is emphasizing the fact of mediation, conflict prevention. So this is supposed to be part of conflict prevention, but we don't, it's not staffed enough. There are only 2 officers still staffing after 10 years of the existence of the structure. So really you can see our priorities as a region. The other thing is to do with the synergy which Dr. is talking about, because we do have other structures within, there are members of IGAD who are members of COMESA and who are members of the ESC. But these structures don't speak to each other. So we are working in silos. COMESA is doing its own things, IGAD is doing its own things. So there's no consolidation in terms of these structures. So which is again another issue. Then the involvement of the civil society, because this is really very, very crucial. If you're going to do mediation, it's not only about track 1 diplomacy. In fact, Dr. is talking about track 1, 2, 3. But we have 7 tracks of diplomacy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there are others, the involvement of the private sector, involvement of the civil society, of course. So there has been the issue of how do we involve the civil society in this process. But the other 2 things also which I wanted to mention before I come to the recommendations is the structure itself has been, it has developed 2 things which I think we need to highlight. One is the development of mediation guidelines within the IGAD region. So today we have a comprehensive set of IGAD of mediation guidelines, how we approach the mediation in terms of conflict analysis, actor mapping, interest mapping, involvement of issues to do with inclusion when we go to mediation processes. And then the other thing is to the appointment of mediators, regional mediators. We have a regional standing committee of mediators. There are 21, and I'm one of those of 21. So presumably that's why a code looked for me to read the chapter, because then I have the inside knowledge in terms of, because we've been working on at least I for one have worked on 2 processes. I've worked on the process in Somalia and worked also the process in South Sudan. So part of our efforts have resulted in that agreement which is called IRSK. In terms of recommendations, there are 2, and we strongly think that there should be involvement of the civil society, because peace comes from below, as we say. So if you are going to do mediation, then we do mediation from below. And that would mean that the role of civil society would be very, very important. So we need to involve more civil society. We used to have what we call the IGAD Civil Society Forum, but that structure died within IGAD because, again, of the challenges that IGAD as an organization is facing. The other recommendation is to look at, IGAD has been involved in some regional conflict but not in others. And you ask yourself, why is it that, for example, IGAD is not involved or was not involved in the conflict between Eritrea and Ethiopia, or the conflict or the post-election violence in Kenya, or the current conflict in Sudan? So why hasn't IGAD been involved? So there are issues to do with the politicization of, especially the national interests of some states. So whenever there are some of these interests which are very prominent, then they tell IGAD keep off. And the competition also which results out of the principle of subsidiarity, who takes the lead. And we have seen this very classically when we had the conflict in Tigray, where the African Union took on the mediation role. Of course, IGAD was also part of the process, but the prominent role, the main mediator was the former president of Nigeria, President Obasanjo, but not actually the region. So these are some of the things that you'd find in the chapter. Of course, the chapter is more comprehensive than what I've said. So if there are any other issues that you want to know about IGAD as an organization and MSU as a structure, then I'll be happy to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Apuli. We do appreciate your insider perspective, but also helping us to think past the rhetoric which focuses on on solutions and to include political will with the funding. At this point, I would like to, thank you, Dr. Subala. I would like to invite our author who is joining us online, Dr. Brown Odigye, who has authored the chapter on mediating peace in Africa, perspectives from ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much for organizing such a fantastic conference. Let me first of all apologize for my inability to be there physically. We have a lot in our hands and quite busy this last period in our office. So particularly my chapter, speaks to mediating peace in Africa and looking at the experiences from the Economic Community of West African States. Basically, the paper was segmented into introduction and looking at the rationale for the establishment of the mediation support structure within ECOWAS, and a section that talks about what actually we do in terms of supporting preventive diplomacy, mediation, and dialogue since the establishment of the structure. And of course, we also look at some challenges, that the structure has faced, and how we have been able to manage those challenges against the backdrop of the happenings in the region. Going back to the introduction, it's really to highlight that the establishment of the mediation support structure within ECOWAS is a result from the unique experiences of the ECOWAS in terms of the political development and conflict that has happened in the region. It's important to know that ECOWAS was established in 1975, and from the word itself, it's called the Economic Community of West African States, which means that the major reason for the establishment is economic integration. So, but the crisis in the late 1980s and in the 2000s, that especially in the Mano River region, Liberia, civil war in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and others, begin to give the impetus for ECOWAS to look at reviewing the relevant treaties and protocol establishing the ECOWAS to introduce issue that has to do with managing security dynamics and promoting peace in the region. So you have the ECOWAS Revised Treaty of 1993, as well as the 1999 Protocol on Conflict Prevention, Management, Resolution, and Peacekeeping. So in essence, that is the background or the introduction into the work that I authored. That delves to the issue relating to the rationale, the specific rationale for the establishment of the mediation support structure. It's important that the mediation support structure in ECOWAS was institutionalized in 2015. But a lot has happened before the formal establishment of the structure within the Directorate of Political Affairs at the ECOWAS Commission. We will recall that the experiences, as I've said, in the Mano River region, the experiences relating to the crisis in Mali in 2012, and how ECOWAS supported, the resolution of the conflict in indicates that ECOWAS was a lot of, in a nutshell, marginalized in terms of respect to ECOWAS specific instruments and protocol. And the major challenge there was the disconnect between the Commission and the mediators that mediated on behalf of ECOWAS. So there was no effective backstopping. It was an ad hoc arrangement. There was no proper briefing, no strategy for mediation and others. So, and of course, the recommendation of the Mali After Action Review in 2012 pointed to the need for ECOWAS to establish a permanent structure to support its mediation interventions in the region. And of course, that also results from the needs assessment that was carried out on the 2 decades of ECOWAS peace processes in the region in Liberia 2010. So all this experience culminated to a recommendation by the highest authority of ECOWAS, the authority of heads of state and government, that there should be an effective structure within the ECOWAS Commission to backstop preventive diplomacy, mediation, and dialogue processes. So that eventually led to the establishment of the mediation support structure in ECOWAS in 2018. And now it's important, I also highlighted the mandate of the mediation support structure in ECOWAS, which basically can be disaggregated to about four components in terms of one, the physical backstopping, supporting logistic for the mediators, special envoys, and facilitators that are appointed by ECOWAS, providing conflict analysis, providing a strategy for intervention to support them so that a professional backstopping will lead to effective management of processes in the region. So that is one of the components of the mandate of the mediation support structure. A second mandate is also relating to the issue about capacity building and skill enhancement for various actors in the ECOWAS region that support mediation, that play active role in mediation. Whether you talk about the mediation organs of ECOWAS, the Council of the Wise, whether you talk about the permanent and a special representative, whether you talk of civil society institutions in the region, all these institutions, even including at the baseline track 1, track 2, track 3 level, how you can enhance their capacity, because it is discovered that one major challenge is a capacity gap in dialogue, mediation, and negotiation space. So that is a key mandate of the mediation support structure. A third mandate has to do with knowledge management, aggregating knowledge of ECOWAS intervention and documenting those knowledges for resource management, for experience sharing, and for dissemination, because it was also identified that there was a critical gap in terms of what ECOWAS has done and how to effectively document them. A third mandate, of course, is an issue about networking, collaboration with the African Union Commission, with the other mediation support structures, United Nations Mediation Support Unit, and the intergovernmental REX collaboration, and all non-state actors on how to work together in synergy to build peace and support peace processes. So this can be said to be the core thematic or component of the mandate of the mediation support structure. And it's important to say that how has the mediation support structure that was established in 2015, how have they been effective? How have they been managing processes? Is it just that they were just established and they just went docile, or they have been very active? And the charter also documented or speak to key interventions that the mediation support structure has undertaken on behalf of ECOWAS, looking into the Guinea-Bissau political and institutional crisis of 2015, where His Excellency, former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, was appointed as the special envoy of ECOWAS, looking into the post-election crisis of the Gambia, resulting from the post-election of a crisis in Gambia 2016 to 2017, how the mediation support structure backstopped that processes. Issue relating to the Guinea crisis of 2015 and 2020 election, as well as even Sierra Leone intervention in 2018 post-election grievances. And it is also even important to say that one of the reasons I couldn't come for this meeting physically is that I was in Sierra Leone from on the 9th to the 19th of October, where the mediation support structure, in conjunction with the African Union and the Commonwealth, on the invitation of the Peace Commission, National Independent Peace Commission of Sierra Leone, facilitated a dialogue process between the government of Sierra Leone and the opposition All Progressive Congress, who had grievances over the conduct of the June 24 presidential election in Sierra Leone that resulted in the boycott of the opposition to participate in governance institutions and processes. So we had to step in to facilitate dialogue between the government and opposition party that resulted in the signing of an agreement for national unity on the 18th that effectively the opposition effectively agreed to return to governance processes, and the government agreed to open up the space for inclusive political participation. So these are areas in which the mediation support structures have been very active in supporting member states to deepen inclusive electoral processes, to deepen governance processes, and to resolve grievances, especially relating to electoral outcome and processes. So, the charter also speaks to some of the key challenges that the mediation support structure continue to have. And one of the key challenges is the issue about remodeling. I talked about in 2015, the structure was established as a division, within the Directorate of Political Affairs, virtually made a stand-alone department, of Department of Mediation, Facilitation Division, and again in 2018, reversed to a division, a unit within a division. That is a constant, remodeling of really how do you effectively categorize and structure the mediation support structure. Related to it, which my colleagues have also heard, this issue about staffing, about human resources remain a key challenges. For the mediation support structure. Another challenge I've also pointed out in the paper is sort of what I call lack of horizontal interdepartmental collaboration in terms of planning, mediation intervention, in terms of effective coordination between the headquarters office of ECOWAS and even within the relevant structures and departments and units that are such as early warning, human resource, finance directorate, communication directorate when it comes to mediation, intervention, and planning. How to effectively make sure that effective collaboration is there. And also talks about vertical collaboration between the mediation, technical mediation support, the technical aspect of it, and even the mediators themselves, how to ensure that there is an effective collaboration between the technical support and the political mediators themselves. The chapter also speaks to key instruments that we have developed, which overhead some of my colleagues there speak to in terms of what they are doing. For example, the development of a mediation guideline, which we have developed to support mediation intervention of our mediators, the development of a contextualized training manual, the ECOWAS Dialogue and Mediation Manual that we use for training, and we have actually been able to train a good number of people in mediation, dialogue, and preventive diplomacy. Development of currently we are working on a handbook for ECOWAS mediators, a practice handbook for ECOWAS mediators, special envoys, facilitators, and their support teams to really look at key practical steps that we can take when it comes to supporting mediation and dialogue processes. So in a nutshell, it has been a good experience, which I've seen that mediation remains critical for ECOWAS, and in view of the challenges we have in the region with unconstitutional changes of government, with crisis resulting from the management of the electoral processes and the need to accompany member states to resolving this crisis, continue to make the relevance of the mediation support structure a critical aspect of ECOWAS. And we continue to look at how we continue to deepen collaboration in this regard. Critically, the issue of funding has not really been a major issue for ECOWAS because of the nature of our funding, of our activities, that is dependent. Almost 80-90% of our funding comes from statutory allocation from ECOWAS, and we have a good will from our partners that continue to support our intervention. So in a nutshell, that is what my paper highlights. Thank you very much. Once again, I'm sorry for inability to be there physically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odugie, and very interesting to hear about your recent work in Sierra Leone and applying some of that theoretical discussion to that context that you've explained. Last but not least, please help me to welcome Dr. Savala back to the stage. Thank you. Dr. Savala's chapter focused on challenges and prospects for the East African community in mediation, the case of Burundi mediation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pra, and welcome the participants. There is a specific reason why my chapter is coming last. If you notice, my other colleagues who are speaking to mediation units within the REX. I'm actually speaking about the mediation process that the East African community took in Burundi. So there is that slight differentiation on these papers. Let me begin by saying that in 2005, just to lay the background, the announcement in Burundi that the late President Nkurunziza was going to stand for the second term sparked unprecedented violence in the country. Precisely because this announcement was against the two constitutional terms that the Burundians have agreed on in the Arusha Peace Agreement. And therefore, dissenting voices within the country did not take it lightly on this announcement. And therefore, violence erupted. And when violence erupted, ESC intervened. ESC found itself in what I'm calling unfamiliar territory in terms of mediation, precisely because ESC had never engaged in a mediation process among its member states or partner states. And therefore, this was unfamiliar territory. The second one to note is that the mediation process in the ESC is guided by a number of principles. And one of the key principles is the principle of peaceful resolution of conflicts or disputes and peaceful coexistence. In terms of the structures within the ESC, we have quite a number of them, still growing, but they are there. The first one is the early warning unit, which is very small. We have the Department of Security. We have the panel of the eminent persons, and then we have the process of mediation, which is embraced by the community as articulated in the founding document or treaty of the organization. The issue of announcing this third term contestation by Nkurunziza was also, or found itself in the court in Arusha. And the attorney ruled that actually Burundi was in violation of its own constitution if they were going to allow Nkurunziza to contest the third time. However, the intransigence of the Burundian leadership at that particular time insisted that Nkurunziza was going to be a candidate. And as a result, there were a lot of extrajudicial killings, there were a lot of torture, there were a lot of sexual and gender-based violence, there were some mysterious disappearances of the opposition and some military officers, and there were also elements of mass graves found on the outskirts of Burundi, or Kigali, Bujumbura. What did the EAC do? They appointed two personalities in the name of President Museveni and Benjamin Mkapa. One of them was supposed to be the mediator, and the other one was supposed to be the facilitator. In essence, these two terminologies were not clarified, or the roles of the two leaders were not clarified. Instead, Museveni even got confused whether he's actually the lead person or it is Benjamin Mkapa. And you know, these are, one is the president and the other one is a retired president. So that structure in itself posed leadership and reporting problems. Museveni, as a mediator, thought that he was the overall person to call the shots. And Mkapa, as the facilitator, in his view, was actually the really person to take this. But you see, these issues were not being said out, but they were being played wherever there was a meeting of the heads of state and the parties to the conflict. They were not clear what the role of Museveni was, and they were also not very clear on what the role of the late Benjamin Mkapa was. And this brings in the issue of probably trying to conceptualize and operationalize the concept of a facilitator in a mediation process and the concept of a mediator in the same process. And I think this caused a lot of challenges and confusion among the two. The second one, the Burundians did not think that President Museveni was a honest mediator. And I think this stems from the history of President Museveni overall throughout his leadership, that there is a tendency to feel that the president of Uganda is not honest and he must be looking at other things that he wants to gain from the process. And I think this has continued to blur his leadership, particularly when it comes to issues of mediation. The second one is that there was lack of political leadership of the process. One, Museveni was embroiled in domestic issues at home. He was actually, he had just indicated that he was going for another term, and Ugandans were discussing even removing the term limit. And therefore, if the problem in Burundi is about third limit, how do you expect the president, who is almost even arguing that he needs to get rid of it, to actually to be a honest broker in the same process? So I think this caused some skepticism about his leadership. The second one is there was division within the ESC division within the EAC brought about by several historical strategic interests. And I think, for example, if you look back, you realize that for a long time, Burundi and Rwanda have always had some frosty relations, whereby Burundi is always accusing Rwanda of meddling in its affairs and trying to support some insurgencies in that country. You remember at the same time, Kenya was preoccupied with its own domestic issues. The then leadership in the country was just getting out of the ICC claims of the 2007-2008 election violence in the country, and also President Uhuru was looking forward to 2017 elections. So there was a lot of inward looking around the region. In Tanzania, Magufuli had just taken leadership and he was trying to consolidate his position. And therefore the focus on Burundi crisis, given that even some of those crises were being felt in member states, in EAC partner states, was also a problem. They could not focus and get a coherent voice on this matter. A number of contextual issues also, and strategic issues were at stage. In conclusion on this matter, I have several conclusions to make. One, the process in Burundi by EAC was disjointed, lacked the political will from the region's partner states. They lacked a strategic plan, and they lacked also political leverage on the protagonists in Burundi. In addition, the support from the AU and the International Conference on the Great Lakes, the ICGL, also did not help things, as they continued to send different signals. In short, the three organizations, the AU, the EAC, the ICGL, including the UN, were not coordinating their processes in Bujumbura. And this was a problem from the onset until the end. The final point I want to make is that while the EAC is building its own mediation structures at the headquarters, unfortunately for this process, it failed when they needed it most. It showed a disconnect between those structures at the Arusha headquarters and what was really going on the mediation ground. In the sense that the secretariat in Arusha was left to only service the heads of state who are meeting to discuss the issue of Burundi. They failed to tap on the serious technical aspects that follow up or accompany or work with the process of mediation. And therefore, what we saw was a lot of political decisions that did not benefit from the technical understanding of the conflict in Burundi. And I'll stop there so that we can have questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Savala, for going into the politics and interests around mediation processes, and also the personalities behind mediation, which I think is very important. This chapter was particularly valuable in zooming in on case studies involving the EAC. And if you read this chapter together with the others, you come out with a better sense of under what conditions do we see a preference for more ad hoc mediation as compared to conditions for the use of more institutionalized mediation. With that, I would like to open the floor and take some questions in the room and online. So I think we will start with colleagues in the room. So I will take a round of 4 in the room. And Paida, if you can filter through questions that come in over Zoom. So I see a hand here. Can we get a mic to here? Is there and a hand here? So 1, 2, yes, 3, 4. Okay. Thank you. Yes. If you could please just very briefly introduce yourself, your affiliation, and keep your intervention as crisp and quick and direct as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I'm Luendo Kambela. I'm coming from Zambia, the Copperbelt University. So I'm a research fellow there. Okay. So thanks a lot to the contributions from the panelists. So my quick question is this. Let me put them 2. Yeah. First one, is mediation a solution to terrorism and violent extremism in Africa? That's one. Yeah. Secondly, the African Peace and Security Architecture, very good framework. Yeah. With a mechanism, panel of the wise, adapted in most of the regs. Yeah. COMESA, East African community. But now, comment on the coordination. How are these mechanisms at micro level, if I can put it that way, coordinating with the panel of the wise at continental level? Thank you.
Thank you. Our second question. Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. To the panelists, thank you for those elaborate, conversations. My question is, I think, similar to what the former speaker, the second question in particular.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry to interrupt you. Can you please introduce yourself just very briefly? Thank you. Thank you. You can go on. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Daka Evans, coming from Zambia, in particular the University of Zambia. So my question is, having realized that there's been a challenge in terms of coordination of a variety of RECs in these conflicts, with also bearing in mind that there's overlapping membership. Moving forward, is there any effort being put in place to ensure that once a conflict is identified, regional economic communities should come together and find a more amicable, approach towards, a mediation? Thank you.
Thank you. The question, yes, on this side. Yes. The gentleman in the red. Yes.
Hello. Peterson Wero, master student at the Department of Diplomacy and International Studies and affiliate of the African Center for the Study of the United States. So my question would be that peacekeeping and mediation are quite much intertwined. And of course, peacekeeping, given the context that it creates a favorable conditions for mediation and also support, of course, the post-settlement phase of mediation processes. So maybe just for the panelists, would you expound on how the COMESA mediation processes engages the EAC, IGAD, and SADC in terms of finding peacekeeping or having a better process for peacekeeping? I didn't get that quite from the conversation. And also maybe just to ask, with this kind of, let's say, is there a challenge you find maybe in your researches towards the hesitance of marshalling peacekeeping to aid in conflict containment and mediation processes within the COMESA region? Because maybe comparing it to the ECOWAS development, peacekeeping and development criteria of how they carry out the mediation process. Since 1990, they have had like 7 peacekeeping missions that have really aided in terms of how they approach them, the mediation processes. So is that kind of hesitance that's found within the COMESA region an issue that you find within the research? Thank you.
Thank you. And our final question. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosa Nyona. My comment is tied to Dr. Sabala's presentation on mediators in East Africa. Well, I've had this conversation before with you on the interested mediator, or what other people call a biased mediator. This is drawn from your observation of Museveni's similarities with the situation in Burundi. Is it necessarily a bad thing for you to have interest? Is it bad? Sometimes I think the scholars need to push this conversation with practitioners, whether it is a bad thing. Isn't it even better for follow-through if we have an interested mediator versus the traditional view of mediators as, uninterested, or rather neutral, or all that, those are the, monikers. So what are the merits? Is it something you'd like to explain in your paper, perhaps, that we need as Africans, perhaps, to have mediators who are interested? Maybe that is where the missing link is. This is just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on the first question about mediation and a solution to terrorism, Prof. Apuli, can I direct that to you, or? No, okay. Dr. Tiang, you will kick us off.
Thank you. Professor talked about the 7 tracks of mediation. If you meet Professor Mwagiru, he will tell you there is another half. There is track 1, then there is track 1.5. So if you leave this room, kindly go and find out what track 1.5 is all about. To come to your question, the issue of terrorism is extremely complex and dynamic. And maybe this is where the debate should come in. How have we responded to issues of terrorism? In most cases, we have gone with hard power. And is the hard power bringing any results? If you look at Amiston intervention in Somalia, if you look at the issue of Samim in Mozambique, we have gone there with hard power. Is it producing the desired results? Maybe, Luendo, this could be an interesting debate where we'll propose that, look, why don't we change our approach? Instead of going with hard power, why don't we go with soft power in terms of dialogue and mediation to try and understand what are the drivers to some of this and see if it will yield a different results. So it's something that maybe we need to explore as institution. But I know that at the national level, the question will be, but how do you negotiate with the terrorists? They're already blacklisted. But maybe as scholars, maybe as practitioners, we need to change our approach in terms of dealing with this scourge of terrorism and question, will mediation be part of the solution? I submit.
Thank you. Dr. Sabala, I know you want to respond to that.
Yeah, let me try to comment on this. And my view is, if you look around where we have had militants. I think there are a lot of cases where even the states claiming that you cannot negotiate with the militants, they have done so faithfully. The withdrawal of the Americans in Afghanistan followed a series of negotiations until the Americans left. If you just go near what is happening now, today they're deeply involved in negotiating with Hamas to release those who are kidnapped. Releasing those who are kidnapped is part and parcel of conflict resolution, because you want to create an environment where you can begin to negotiate. And one of them is to negotiate the release of the terrorists or those kidnapped. So my view is we seem to have limited literature that points out the negotiations that have been going on between the so-called, you can't negotiate with the terrorists, you have to finish them, you have to eliminate them, yet they continue to do that. I think we need to rethink how you are going to eliminate, for example, the Al-Shabaab in Somalia. When Al-Shabaab is not a group of people seated there, but it's a group of communities walking in the streets and dialoguing and walking around with everyone. And you're saying you want to eliminate the terrorists. Terrorist is not person who is standing there. Terrorist is partly in the mind of those who have been radicalized, and you're not going to resolve that problem by eliminating that person, but you're going to resolve that problem by looking at a way of de-radicalizing that person and making sure that radicalization is not going on. But that's my view.
Yes, winning the hearts and minds, right? That's what they say. Dr. Odege, if you can hear me, would you like to weigh in on the question about the existing existing regional mechanisms and how to better coordinate with the African peace and security architecture?
Can you take that again? Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, so it's to comment on coordination between the mechanisms of the REX and APSA. Yes.
Yeah, I think that coordination mechanism is available. The REX being the building blocks of the continental AU, and at the strategic level, there is always a coordination. Is it the Peace and Security Council and the representative of the REC at that level? There are layers of coordination, and even at the technical level, there are a lot of coordination between the relevant structures within, whether the mediation support structures and that of the AU. Maybe what
Okay.
I know for the early warning, for example, early warning component, there is always an annual meeting between the REC and the continental early warning structures. And maybe what is lacking so far, in especially when it comes to mediation, is to see how within the APSA, continental APSA, and the REC, to see if we can be having an annual structured meeting between the mediation support structures for experience sharing, for joint mediation intervention, maybe with the ECOWAS, and other RECs, and under the over guidance of the continental AU, to see if we can properly be doing such annual. It may not be, it may be annual or biannual meeting for coordination meeting. I think that is a key thing that is still lacking. But when it comes to AU ECOWAS, such of intervention or joint effort. So in all the, most often when it comes to election-related issues or even the mediation-related issue, we always do joint mediation intervention. For example, as I've said, our intervention in Sierra Leone recently was between ECOWAS, African Union, and the AU. The intervention in Liberia and elsewhere, in the Gambia and elsewhere, we always go together, either joint preventive diplomacy mission before the election or joint.
Okay, we seem to have a poor connection there, but yes, please, Prof. Apuli.
Important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dugia.
Yes, on the issue of the coordination, I think we're talking coordination at two levels. There is the vertical coordination between the REX and, of course, the African Union, which is meant to be guided by the principle of subsidiarity. But also, I think increasingly we are looking at the horizontal integration, horizontal coordination. How does the EAC structure speak to the one of IGAD? How does the IGAD structure speak to the one of the COMESA? I think this is where there has been a problem. But also, the fact is that there is competition with these organizations. And there are quite a number of examples which you can give where we have had competition, especially between the AU and the REX. The problem of Madagascar, if you remember in 2009 when we had a coup and COMESA, and SADC sent a mediator in form of the former president of Mozambique. And the African Union also sent a mediator. And the issue was who would take the lead. And we saw the same thing in Mali in 2013 when ECOWAS sent Compaore and the African Union sent Buyoya. So there has been this tough wars between these organizations. And what has happened, of course, with the mediation, also it's the same thing. It's spilled over into the same, into this competition. Now, within the context, of course, of reviewing the APSA, and Andrea, you know, that we are in the process of reviewing the APSA. APSA has been in place since 2003, when the first structures were put in place, the Peace and Security Council, the Continental Early Warning System, the Standby Force, and all this. So there's now a move to review what the APSA has done for the last, 20 years now, it's coming to 20 years. And I hope within that conversation of restructuring, we'll get clarity in terms of how do these mediation support units of the REX, how do they relate to the pan of the ways? How do the regional forces relate to the greater building of the African Standby Force, which again also has been very problematic in terms of operationalizing this thing called the ASF. The other thing which I wanted to comment on, since I still have the microphone, is just a small thing on the biased mediator. There are two things with the bias being biased. You can be biased because you want to do the mediation, but also you can be biased because you want to promote one side or sides of the mediation. So in the latter sense, it becomes very problematic if you have a biased mediator, because the agreement that you are going to have will never be accepted. And we saw this classically in 2015, when IGAD's mediation of South Sudan fell apart. Part of the reason why that agreement failed in 2016 was the perception among the parties in South Sudan that this was an agreement which had been imposed by the mediator, who was basically considered to be biased. But if you have an impartial mediator, a person who sees things the way they are supposed to be, because and also conventionally, as a mediator, you're supposed to be impartial. You cannot bring your biases into the process because the parties are going to resist. Even the final product that you're going to have is going to be resisted. The 2015 agreement of South Sudan, the parties objected from even before they signed it. They said, this is not our agreement. In fact, some of the provisions, they were feigning ignorance. They said, look, someone smuggled this thing into the agreement. But how did you sign it? They said, look, we were forced to sign it. So in the context of Burundi, because also you have to remember why Museveni was appointed in the first instance as a mediator. It's because he had led the regional process on Burundi in 1996. So this was a continuation of that role of 1996, but the circumstances had changed. And the parties, of course, came to see Museveni as a person who was not really being very, very honest. And he himself, he misunderstood what the role of a mediator. Of course, conceptually, mediation and facilitation, there is a very thin line. But he saw his role as a mediator. Just bring people together, sit in the room, you sit there, they talk, and then you sign off what they have agreed. This is how he thought the mediation was supposed to unravel. But of course, that was not the case. I think I'll stop there. The rest, they can be answered by the young tax.
Okay. Thanks very much, Prof. Dr. Waiter, if there were two questions regarding COMESA. Yes, thank you.
On COMESA and peacekeeping, we have not extended our tentacles into peacekeeping. But I'll argue that, look, peacekeeping cannot achieve its ultimate objective or goal if we don't mix it with other aspects that need to pacify, especially the local communities. And peacekeeping can only succeed if now we incorporate the other aspects, dialogue between parties, mediation between parties, frameworks to address structural factors that drive the conflict from the onset. But as COMESA, we have not extended our tentacles to issues of peacekeeping. That is not part of our mandate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Sabal, if you want to add anything to the question regarding biased mediation? And is it bad to have interests, I think was how it was phrased.
Is it bad to have an interested mediator? I think you can also look at this from two levels. Interested to do what? If you are interested to help the parties get solution to the conflict, I think that's a good thing. And also, mediation or a mediator is not imposed on the parties. And therefore, even as the parties approach me to be the mediator, by the time I'm accepting, already I'm interested to help the parties resolve the conflict. But if I'm interested to achieve other means, for example, to make sure that the conflict continues so that I continue getting the resources from that country, then my interest in that conflict to resolve it must stop. But I think this is a debate I'll continue with Dr. Nyona, because we normally fight over these things.
Thank you very much. I see Dr. hovering, so unfortunately I will not be able to take any more questions, but hopefully we can continue this conversation over lunch. Apologies for that, and just confirming that, okay. So with that, are there any final remarks, Dr. Odigi, on your side, as we wrap up?
Thank you very much. I think my final remark will be that mediation continues to be faced by several challenges. You talked about whether mediation can be used, especially in the context of whether we should mediate issues relating to terrorism and others. Those are key issues that mediation continues to face. And also the challenge of human resource, effectively resourcing mediation support structures to do their work. It remains a major challenge that, in the coming days, especially in the West African region, we are increasingly seeing mediation be challenged by the need to effectively play a critical role in unconstitutional change of governments, that is occurring in the region, as well as the continuous struggle for power and how election and contestation over electoral processes increasingly become drivers of conflict in the region that we place mediation actors on the standby to act. So thank you very much and for such opportunity, and congrats to my colleagues also for their interventions and for the participants. It's a pleasure to be listening to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Degier. Are there any final remarks from the floor? Yeah? No? I know we are standing between you and your lunch, so just a final thank you from our side, and I hope that you found the session interesting. There are complimentary copies of the monograph available outside, or you can download them off the Accord site with all our other publications. So thank you, and I'll hand back to Dr. Roa.
Sorry, Dr. Andrea, can we just have a group photo of the... Thank you.
Before the group photo, if the panelists and their host can just stand up for a picture as well. And this is, just take this picture, please, before we do the group picture. You can hold the publication each. Just make sure you capture our guests. Good stuff. So there's a request that we all take a group picture. Andre, if you could just stand where you are. Yeah, the suggestion is that we. There's an expert here. I don't know how he wants to arrange us. Is there a better spot? Yeah. We'll come up. Okay. Yeah, you go down. They'll arrange. Oh. I'm in the hands of this gentleman. Will we fit here or we go to the outside spot? Okay. Let's all stream outside so that we can have a group picture and then we can move on to lunch. I expect us all back here at 2:09. At 2:09. Thank you.
I don't even know. I can't practice. That's all the book.
Good, 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 good.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We shall be starting our second session just in a few, yeah? Just a few, 5 to 10 minutes.
Wendell, help me get the guys inside. Use a bit of your muscle. Get those guys in here. The guys who are still eating to come in. Thank you, Wendell. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's why we're calling them in. so that we can give direction. Yeah. So just ask guys to come in.
Listening to DJ
If you can help me charm those guys inside. Somebody, yeah, in a campus dive. Yeah, I just wanted to know where it is because you have it somewhere. Reading, you here? Claire, you here? Dr. Repeater, if you're ready, you tell me. Then I call the meeting to order. Luendo. So Rading, we're going into a very interesting segment. Panel discussions in select thematic areas. You have a hard job to bring out the best, in the people you'll be engaging. To give them the floor to articulate themselves, give them a chance to justify their arguments, bring a spin to the conversation. End of that process, you should have harvested very, very, very good knowledge. I believe you're prepared. So let me push these guys in. Dr. Are you ready? Okay, good. All right, guys. Dr. Sabala, how was lunch? Dr. Ari, how was lunch? It was great. What did you eat? You're fasting. Lwendo, how did you enjoy our Nairobi cuisine? It was wonderful, yeah? Oh. You ate some chicken? Oh, great. I'd like to invite in front Dr. Mwencha, Mr. Rading, Dr. Claire Amuhaya, if you could step forward. Just to remind you, the conversation goes on online. I've been told as we discuss here, we can also discuss virtually under the hashtag IRSK Conference 2023. We are going to a very interesting segment right now. And there'll be two in the course of this afternoon. One starts immediately now, hard stop at 15:30. Another one starts at 15:30, hard stop at 17. I will insist on fidelity to time because I want to believe all you guys come here properly arranged on how you want your day or your schedule to look like, and I want to respect that. So for the first piece of this segment, we have Dr. Claire Amohaya, who will be moderating a part around peace and security. Then we have Wilson Rading, who will be discussing international law. And then to take charge of an absentee moderator, Dr. Mwencha has kindly agreed to moderate the last session that discusses environmental diplomacy. So they are the ones to direct you on who it is they want from the floor, where they are meeting at, and then invite anybody else to join them. Rading, you have just 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope that you are excited as I am, because I'm the one that's going to be moderating on international law. My name is Woodrow Wilson Redding. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Just name the people.
Oh, right. And at this time, I'll have the pleasure to name the people who are going to be participating on my panel. The first one is Miss Adelaide Musanga Muchesia. Dr. Mucha, I don't know if you're going to... Oh, she's there. Oh, thank you. I can see her. She's here. And the second person is going to be Mr. Peterson Waweru. Is he here? Thank you. I can see him. And then Dr. Edison Ziso. Mr. Muncha, is that the one that you're going to sit in for? Oh, Dr. Edison is around. A big applause to him. Eh? Yes, which room? That is room number 2. That's just the next room from here. You see, there's this one and then the next one. Thank you. Yes, as I have told you, that is the session which I'll be moderating. If you are interested in the perception of international law and the way it is, the way that the law is interrelated to this issue of the conflict, the Treaty of Comesa, I invite you to that room. I hope to see you there. Thank you, my people.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so I'll be moderating the panel on environmental diplomacy, and this is instead of Mr. Dennis Okore, who couldn't make it today. So I have 4 panelists. Dr. Alice Karuri, she's present. Yes. Mr. Japheth Kasimbu. I think he'll be joining us. Oh, okay. There, thank you. Welcome. Mrs. Susan Handa. Yes, karibu. And Mr. Charles Eli Atamba. He'll be online. Okay. Yes. And the discussant is Mr. Luendo Cambella. Thank you. So you're welcome to attend the panel, or rather the presentations if you are interested in environmental diplomacy. Meeting room number 3. So it's next to where we had our lunch. So there's some boardroom type room on just next to. It's got glass doors. So just walk across or follow me when we're done.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be the moderator for the section on securing peace and stability, the deployment of ESCRF in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I think it will be a very interesting session, especially because of our panelists. So we have Professor Kasaija, and with whom you've all met, and he is an expert in terms of just not theory but practice. So they are going to give us insights. We also have Mr. Mohindo. Yeah, so he'll also present, and Dr. Kizito Sabala. So I welcome you all. It will be interesting because I hope we can speak about some issues which are rarely spoken about. And our discussant will be Dr. Oita Etiang, who is a conflict analyst, so he'll know the job. So thank you. Looking forward to meeting all. Our session will be in room number 1, which is the first one immediately after this one. Next to this. This is room number 1. So it's here. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
They're requesting the technical team to help us with the presentation on that other side, because I don't think we have used it today, so we might need some help as we start for us to be able to do the presentations, because I understand that one person is joining virtually and I'm not sure whether the room is equipped or is ready. Thank you.
I'll be coming around and I'll stop you at 15:20 so that you have 10 minutes to wind down. 15:30 we are done and we are starting on the next one. So if you see me around, just know it's almost about time. Everybody is now dismissed, and your leaders will take the cue to show you where to go. Enjoy this process. Thank you. I will attend, but I'll be more listener than anything. Yeah.
Yeah, to capture the recording. In that other room, I don't think it will be captured. We didn't pay for that. Mwangi, karibu sana. Asante. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, karibu sana. Yes. Dr. Sabala, our conference chairman. Mwangi, standard group. Yes. Yeah, thank you very much for coming. Yeah. So we just going into the breakout session. So then you join in the next one. Yeah. So I think you have the program and everything. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. I'll see who's in the room and request them.
Okay, yeah. All right, guys, if you're sitting here, yeah, I'm assuming you are attending Claire's segment. Otherwise, you've been invited to other rooms. Ready? Your time has started as we speak. Dr. Claire, your time has started as we speak. Dr. Mwencha, your time has started as we speak.
Good afternoon. So sorry. I've said we are ready to start our session. I'd already briefed you about our speakers. As I said, they are experts in peace and security, so I hope they will be able to give us different perspectives, even though all of them are speaking on prospects and challenges. So I'm looking forward to your presentations, and I hope, apart from just telling us, for example, lack of funds, you're going to give us deeper details and maybe the intricate issues that happen within organizations in terms of how they conduct peace and security missions. So looking forward to your presentations. We are going to start with Dr. Kasaija. Philip Apuli, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Claire. The title of my paper, which is a little bit old because I finished writing this paper a couple of months back. I think there are so many new things that have happened between the time when I finished and now. But really the motivation for writing on the RIF was basically in the context of my reading of the deployment papers and the status of forces agreements and stuff. And I was wondering, said, look, we have had interventions in the DRC, specifically Eastern DRC, for quite a while. Those of you who want to remember, in 1960 when DRC got independent, there were issues and there was the deployment of a UN force called ONUC, and ONUC didn't work, United Nations mission in Congo, and it withdrew in 1964. And then of course later on, after the overthrow of Mobutu, we had the upheavals that followed. And then subsequently we had what we call the Lusaka Agreement, 1999, and the proposal to deploy a new UN force called MONUC. And eventually this was mutated into a stabilization force in 2010 as MONUSCO. And then also we have had regional interventions by bilateral, but also now at the level of a multilateral force. Also to mention the fact that the deployment of the regional force is the first time that East African community is undertaking this kind of enterprise. Whether since the time when East Africa got integrated or started integrating in late 1890s with the building of the Uganda Railway up to now, or up to the time when the RF was deployed, the EAC had always concentrated on the pillars of economic integration, which is the Customs Union, Common Market Economic Union, and then of course also the Polco Federation. So this really, I wanted to find out why, how, what is going to be the change in all this. And the paper is really, because it's available, it makes the main argument simply this, that beyond what Claire is talking about, lack of funds and stuff, there is regional politics, which is very toxic, but also this nebulous mandate, or a very vague mandate given to the RIF to disarm the negative forces. How do we define negative forces? The methodology that I have used to develop this paper was basically to look at the primary documents, the deployment papers, the EAC decisions, communiques, but also of course supplemented by the secondary information. Conceptually, in terms of the deployment, it's based on I've used the theory of liberal interventionism, which basically postulates that regions can intervene or interventions happen in order to promote certain values, the values of human rights, the values of, or the value of rule of law. And stabilization is very crucial in states undertaken whether by the state or by the region, and the ultimate aim is to do peace building. and we know what has been happening in Eastern DRC, DRC in general and Eastern DRC in particular, since around 1994, when the first elements of the people who are responsible for having committed genocide in Rwanda, or to be very specific, the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, entered into the DRC. So we've had, these instabilities in Eastern DRC, and hence there's always been this argument that we need to do peace building in order for DRC to go back onto its feet so that it can become a member of in the Society of Nations. So the conceptual framework really is based on the theory of liberal interventionism, and I go in the context of the ESC intervention, and I mentioned the chronology of events since 1994, the effects of the Rwanda genocide or genocide against the Tutsi, and the rise of the different factions, or the different forces, initially, of course, AFDL, the Alliance of Forces in the Democratic Republic of Liberation of Congo, which was led by Kabila. And then when he took over and the subsequent upheavals, the rise of the RCD, Rally for Congo Democracy, the breakup of the Rally for Congo Democracy, and then, of course, eventually up the point when I talk about M23. And I'm very sure that many of us would be familiar with M23, which is an offshoot of a group called CNDP, the National Congress for the Defense of the People, which was led by Nkunda, and then later on it mutated into M23, specifically designed to protect the interests of the Rwandaphone people who live in Eastern DRC. So you can find all that information is in the paper. And the main thing there to note is the attempts at making peace. M23 disagreement with the Congo government centers around an agreement which was made on the 23rd of March 2009, and this agreement was meant to, there are certain commitments which the Congo government was supposed to do and the M23 was supposed to do. For example, the Congo government was supposed to basically recognize the rights of the Rwandaphone people, of the people who speak Kinyarwanda in Eastern DRC, protect their interests, and then of course also there was the element of integrating the forces of CNDP into the National Army, the FADC. There were issues to do with help facilitating the CNDP stroke CNDP to be part of the national government in Kinshasa. And then of course also the CNDP was made certain commitments, which included of course laying down arms in terms of accepting integration in FARDC, dismantling their administrative structures that are set up in Eastern DRC, and all this. And so the disagreement centers on the implementation of this particular agreement. This is really the main takeaway in all this. So the agreement was not implemented, and out of this, of course, then rose this thing called M23. In terms of the context of the ESC intervention, we have to go back and look at the different documents of ESC. Of course, we have the Treaty on Establishment of the ESC in 1999, Articles 124, 125, which talk about security cooperation, and then of course defense in cooperation in defense matters. We also have the ESC Protocol on Peace and Security 2013. We have the ESC Conflict Management Act of 2012. Then also we have the ESC Vision 2050. Then we have the ESC Conflict Prevention Management and Resolution Mechanism of 2012. So these are really the normative and institutional arrangements under which this intervention is being undertaken. You look at the concept of operation for the force, the RAF, which of course was endorsed by the second conclave, because you remember it's the second conclave of the ESC, which met here in April 2022, which authorized the ESC to set up this force. and the chiefs of defense were tasked to come out with how the force would operate. And the force was given a mandate. The mandate is to bring peace to the Eastern DRC, also to focus on the issue of the negative forces. So the idea is the force is supposed to facilitate the negative forces to disarm, first peacefully, and those which don't would be disarmed forcefully. So this is really the mandate of the force. To supplement the force, and it is very clear in the concept of operation that the force would help the port call process. So there's a port call process which is supposed to be facilitated by this intervention force. So having gone through all that, so there were issues to do with who is going to contribute to the force. And so the heads of state said, okay, fine, all the members of the ESC can join or can contribute. But of course, when you look at the implementation of this decision, there were issues to do with Rwanda's involvement in the force. So the DRC objected and said, no, we don't want the Rwandese on our side of the border. So the Rwanda should stick to its own, to the other side, but the others can contribute. So from the word go, the force suffered from, or suffers from, the perception of lack of impartiality, as it were. Because you remember that the DRC accuses Rwanda of helping M23, and Rwanda accuses the DRC of helping the former genocidaires. So you can read the paper is available, but there are quite a number of things which I point out in the paper. That my first point is to look at the DRC joining the ESC in 2022. And I argue that this is a little bit of a game changer. It's actually a game changer because for a very long time, the ESC was never interested in the DRC issues. But for the first time when DRC joins as a partner state, or the 8th partner state of the ESC, then there's more concentration of the ESC as a region, as a REC, on the issues of Eastern DRC, partly also because of national interest, that the Eastern DRC, or DRC in general, would provide, within the context of East African economic integration, would provide that ultimate market. Because remember, DRC is about 90 million people. So this provides an opportunity for the other partner states to also do business. So my argument simply is that looking at the joining of the ESC by DRC, this brings a new element in terms of how the region sees the conflict in the DRC. The second point which I point out is the two processes, twin process of Nairobi and Luanda. The Nairobi process is supposed to be facilitated by former President Uhuru, and his task is to bring the fighting groups, or the negative, well, you call them the non-state armed groups in Eastern DRC to join a port call process. A number of meetings have been held. Of course, there have been hiccups in terms of who joins, who participates and who doesn't, but there are quite a number of meetings that have been held, and according to the facilitator, President Uhuru, there has been movement in terms of at least getting these non-state armed groups to join the port call process. The twin process is the Luanda roadmap, and the Luanda's, this is Angola, the aim is to facilitate a dialogue among the EAC countries, among especially the three countries, Rwanda, Uganda, and the DRC. Because for a very long time, these countries have been at loggerheads. I'll give you the example of Uganda and Rwanda. At some point, we had the border between Uganda and Rwanda was closed for 3 years over issues to do with security, where there were accusations and counter-accusations, Uganda supporting Rwanda rebels, Rwanda supporting Uganda rebels. So the idea of Luanda is to help facilitate. President Lorenzo was tasked to facilitate a dialogue in order to bring peace. Of course, also within the context of the PSC framework, the Peace Security Cooperation Framework of 2013, to bring these countries together so that they can be a discussion. So again, of course, the success and the failure of the Rwanda process is neither here nor there because it's still work in progress. I cannot really point to something that has happened between these three countries because we still have issues around the politics. But if you wanted really to point at a success, you could say the reopening of the border between Uganda and Rwanda would be part of the success of that process. The other thing which I point out is the previous interventions, and these have been quite a number. Right now we have 3 processes, 3 interventions. We have the UN intervention under MONUSCO. We have the regional intervention under the RIF. But also we have bilateral interventions in the DRC. And those of you who remember, there's Operation Shuja, which is aims at bringing, or which under a memorandum of understanding that was reached between DRC, President Tshisekedi and Museveni, which allows Ugandan forces to operate in the DRC, specifically tasked with dealing with the issues of ISCAP, the Islamic State of Central African Province, and by extension, the Allied Democratic Forces. So that intervention, of course, has resulted in very serious issues because what has happened over the last 2 years is there's been the dispersal of ADF, where the ADF now operates in both countries. The aim was to flush out ADF from DRC, but it has ended up flushing the ADF back into Uganda. And that's why we've had attacks and all this and counterattacks. So I argue and say, look, that this intervention, or these interventions have had very serious problems, and that's why we have had demonstrations against these interventions by the Congolese people themselves. And if you have been following the demonstrations in Goma and in some parts of Bunia, because the people feel that these interventions have not done what they are supposed to do. In terms of the challenges, there are quite a number, but they would want to only concentrate on 2. The regional politics, I think they have been very, very toxic. And the toxicity of these relations center around interests and personal egos of the leaders within the region, where some leaders view themselves as, I heard the other day, my president these days is called the Dean of East Africa. I don't know what that means. He's now called the Dean of the East African leaders. But you see also that brings in very serious issues to do with who appointed you Dean, and what qualifies you to be a Dean. So there are these personal egos, of course, which of course spill over into these kinds of interventions, and the RIF has not escaped from these kind of things because at the end of the day, for example, Rwanda was prevented from contributing to the RIF because of the perception that it is supporting M23. Yesterday, Ugandan forces, part of the RIF were attacked. I think 1 person died. So this has not, so the toxic politics of the region have not spared this intervention. The other thing which is also very fascinating is about dealing with the negative forces. The word negative force was first used in the Lusaka Agreement of '99, and there were specific groups which were identified as negative: ADF, FDLR, UNITA. But increasingly we have expanded the definition of negative forces. Estimates in Eastern DRC indicate there are between 100 to 500 non-state armed groups. Now, how do you identify negative, which is negative and which is positive? One of the most fascinating things is that most of these groups are aligned to states. Either they are aligned to the Congo government or they are aligned to the regional government. So basically they are created, these groups are created by the regional states. So, and hence we are asking the RF to be the main driver of disarming these negative forces. I don't know how it is going to distinguish who is good and who is not. It reminded me of when I was in South Sudan, because everybody in South Sudan carries a gun practically. And I remember I was with the Kenyan contingent, Kenyan Battalion 18, which was serving under ANMIS. I was in a place called Wow. And I remember was people turn up, civilian like me, carrying 5 guns, and they was asking the Kenyan, that time I was a Brigadier Ndeki was the contingent commander. He said, but how do you tell who is friendly and who is not? And he told me that those who shoot at us, those are the enemies. Those ones who don't shoot at us, those are friends. And I was wondering how you determine that. So it's the same thing with the Eastern DRC with our RAF forces, which are required to run after non-state armed groups which are negative, but you cannot even know who is negative and who is not. So all in all, what I'm arguing here is, as I finish, Claire, I'm saying that this force is well-intentioned. There are good intentions in terms of concentrating the minds of the region to intervene, and more so with the entry of DRC into the ESC as the 8th partner state. The ESC now spans 2 oceans, Indian Ocean and Atlantic Ocean, which in itself is not bad, especially in the context of if East African community is going to be the nucleus of African political integration. But also you note that the idea that you have the toxic politics and then this difficult mandate of neutralizing these armed groups which are created and aligned and proxies of these countries, neighboring, partner states, has made the forces work very, very difficult. And that is why, finally, the DRC government has realized that this force might not, after all, be the silver bullet that resolve the problem in Eastern DRC. And the current mandate of the force, which was renewed on the 3rd of September, is meant to run out on the 8th of December. And the DRC government has been very clear. They don't want the RF in the DRC beyond 8th of December. So, and of course, I've not talked about the funding. The funding has been very problematic. But just a slight comment on the funding. We have had issues of, to allow where there has been the argument that the principle, the main, at least under the law, the primary responsibility of maintaining international peace and security is with the United Nations. When the ESC or African Union undertakes peace support operations and peacekeeping, it does them on behalf of the UN. And so it should be the UN to fund these missions. But there has been a problem within the Security Council, specifically from the Americans. They said, no, we cannot use assessed contributions of member states to fund peacekeeping operations or peace support operations of the REX. Why? Because at the end of the day, how would you account for some of these missions? So there's been a debate on whether we should use money of the United Nations to fund peacekeeping, peace support operations by the REX. And this is where also there's been a problem with the funding of the RAF. Because the concept of operations provides that the partner states themselves, those who are contributing, right now there are 4, Burundi, Uganda, Kenya, and South Sudan. They would fund the activities of the force. And this has been very, very problematic. And if you know the prevailing economic conditions post-COVID and all the other associated with the debt, foreign debt, there has been a problem. So all in all, I'm saying, finally, that whereas the intentions of the force, establishment of the force were good, and we don't read so much into really the main motive of why it was established, only to say that it is a good intention, or well-intentioned. There are very serious problems in terms of going forward, operationalizing the force and making it actually work to finally bring peace to Eastern DRC. I thank you, Claire.
Thank you so much, Professor Kasaija. I think once someone has developed a paper, then they're more enthusiastic and they understand. So I understand why it took you long. I'm also happy you spoke about history, because I always emphasize people should understand history in order to understand the present situation. Also, the issue on regional politics, but mostly the issue of lack of funds, because you just didn't mention lack of funds. Whenever I have, for example, students and they mention challenges, then they just say lack of funds. I always ask them, what about it? So it's great you spoke about the challenges within the security councils in some states. So thank you for that. I would now like to welcome Mr. Muhindo. Looking forward to your presentation. It's a PowerPoint. Maybe you could assist us.
Put this. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We have done this paper with the Muhindo Valdirendi, and therefore I'm going to present the first part of it, and the Muhindo will present the second part of it. It's not that there are two papers. It is just one paper, and we have subdivided the sections to talk to them. So just to say that there will be some overlaps with what Prof has presented, but it's also good to hear the other perspective and how those points have been put by different writers. So I'll deal with the first part on raising the questions, and then I'll give it to my colleague here. So we are saying that against the backdrop of 20 years existence of MONUSCO in DRC, the ESC deployed the first batch of the military force in that part of the country in August 2022. And the purpose of this force is to contribute towards the resolution of conflict that have been pervading this region for decades, but specifically to neutralize the elements of M23 and also numerous informal armed groups. This regional economic community that brings together the 7 countries was doing this for the first time since its establishment. And slightly over a year, its deployment, there are several questions that arise which are the subject matter of this paper. And that is what we are going or attempt to respond to. The first question is, why did the ESC deploy when there is MONUSCO in this country? We are also going to look at the legitimacy and the mandate question of the force together with the MONUSCO, and do just a little bit of comparison to try to understand why this is happening. We are going to ask to what extent has the East African Regional Force achieved its objective, and what are the challenges and prospects for peace, security, and political stability in DRC. While the paper relies predominantly on secondary data, it taps on limited primary data, particularly based on the fact that my co-author here has been in Eastern DRC for quite some time following up on some of these issues. So why did the ESC deploy in the midst of MONUSCO? This question is important because if you have a UN force in a country and some 7 countries with limited resources and so on are attempting to employ, planning to deploy, then there must be some serious rationale. The first one is the worsening situation in DRC at that particular time. A lot of killings, a lot of fightings, a lot of atrocities, and fights within and among the various armed groups, including the M23 almost taking over the Goma area. That is the situation that prevailed in Eastern DRC at that particular point in time. The other reason we draw from what we call the proximity to the conflict thesis, and this is where the regional integration, regional organization are said to be the best levers of dealing with conflicts because they are very close to the conflict, they understand the conflict, and they understand the factors and the players within the conflict. Probably this may have prompted the East African community to argue that it is important for us to deploy, because if you look at the MONUSCO, then you can tell where the soldiers are coming from and who is in control. The other point is the try to overcome the bureaucratic processes and overly national sensitivities associated with the troop contributing countries and donors within the UN. If you begin today to argue or to bring a point of discussion within the UN on the MONUSCO, there are 3 or 4 parties that are involved whose interests must be taken into account. The first one is the Security Council itself. The second one is the troop contributing countries to that mission. And the third one are the funders of the mission. Unlike the EAC, where you're only talking about 7 or 8 countries, it is easy to convene and dispense of a matter and probably give an alternative. So we are just trying to reason out that some of the reasons why the EAC thinks they can intervene and succeed is because they can easily make decisions without being hostage of the bureaucratic processes associated with the UN. The last point there is what everybody has been talking about. There seem to be lost hope in MONUSCO. Until recently, I don't think I've found anybody who stands and says that the likelihood of ending the conflict in DRC lies with the performance of MONUSCO. It's like MONUSCO must leave, and it is even delaying to leave. So this lost hope seems to have also motivated the East African community heads of state and governments to get into DRC. And probably they are also getting in the hot soup. Why should the ESC sit there and think that they have the mandate and legitimacy to engage in DRC? That section is precisely about this, trying to tell us that, for example, at the UN level, Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, in particular Articles 52, 53, and 54, gives the regional arrangements the mandate to engage. At the AU level, we have the Abuja Treaty, we have the AU Constitutive Acts, and in particular, Article 4 of 2000, the 2008 Protocol on Relations between the RECs and the AU, among others. Is it over? The MOU of 2008, among others. At the ESC level itself, we have the treaty establishing the community, in particular Articles 123 and 124, the ESC Protocol on Peace and Security of 2013, and the IRSK Conflict Prevention and Management Resolution Mechanism of 2012. And in relation to this, the East African community has identified quite a number of objectives to foster peace and security, almost 20 of them, or 22 if I recollect, and all of them are bracketed within the peace and security mandate. I'm told it's over. I thought I'm still continuing, but I'll ask my colleague to continue from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kizito. I liked how you stressed on legitimacy by using of the main sources, especially the UN Charter and the Abuja Treaty, in trying to substantiate the fact why CRF should be in DRC. So looking forward to your presentation, Mr. Muhindo.
Thank you so much. I'm waiting for the presentation. Can you? If they can't find the presentation, let me use my laptop. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will continue from where Dr. I will continue from where Dr. Kizito stopped, and I thank him and the predecessor for laying the ground. I hope you already understand the context of the deployment of the regional mission. So I will focus on the success of the mission so far and the challenges, then the arguments we are introducing about the deployment of regional missions in Democratic Republic of the Congo. First of all, it's important to remember that the mission was deployed when there were already two political processes in place, and Professor called them twin processes, the Nairobi talks and the Luanda process. And the major actors during the deployment of the mission, or the major actors in these particular processes, were the East African community on one side and the African community on the other side, because the East African community was the one facilitating the Nairobi talks, and the African Union was the one facilitating the Luanda process. And we can see, for example, that President Lorenzo of Angola was the mediator in the conflict in DRC on behalf of the African Union, and His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta was representing the East Africa community in those negotiations. So the purpose of the two processes were to find a regional solution to the problem of insecurity and violence created by armed groups in Eastern DRC. And the major trigger of the deployment of the mission was the resurgence of the M23. So the outcome were the Luanda roadmap under the facilitation of President Lorenzo, and the Nairobi plan or process under the facilitation of His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. And the two processes were converging, and the East Africa Community Regional Force was identified as an implementation stakeholder on the ground to somehow cover the gap that the MONUSCO could no longer fill. Because when the force was deployed, local communities were already demonstrating against the MONUSCO because the MONUSCO was not in a position to solve the issue of rebel groups. So the peacekeeping concept that was and is still being applied by the regional force is the traditional peacekeeping concept, whereby you first of all obtain the ceasefire, you ease the pressure, then you try to help the parties or the stakeholders to implement their own commitments regarding the two processes. And the East African and the regional force has been working towards the implementation of the recommendations from both the Nairobi and the Luanda roadmaps. It was able to negotiate that ceasefire between the DRC Army, FARDC, and the M23, which is an important milestone in the search of peace and security in the country. And this kind of de facto ceasefire is actually the major success of the regional force, because at least it had an impact on the ground. So when you look at it from the political perspective, you realize that that de facto ceasefire eased the pressure on the government and institutions at the central and the province level, so that at least they can function normally and be part now of the negotiations. And this, in terms of security, the buffer zones created around Goma, the strategic city, allowed a kind of sense of security, because Goma was the target of the M23 when the force was deployed, and the government was trying to protect Goma. So the tension was really big. So when the East African Community Regional Force was deployed, it tried to create a kind of buffer zone around Goma, so that at least the city that has more than 1 million people can be safe and stable, and now negotiations can continue normally. And this allowed also, or facilitated, humanitarian interventions by local and foreign actors in this particular domain. And it also helped because the sporadic confrontations and attacks between armed groups and the M23, they stopped, and areas under M23 control were much safer, so that the locals who decided to remain in those particular areas can feel that safety, because there were no sporadic attacks that used to be there before the deployment of the force. However, this success was a mid-term outcome, because it could not be sustainable in the absence of a lasting political and military solution. So confrontations could resume anytime, and that's what is happening now. What was considered success was attenuated by the fact that it was not supported by a long-term political solution. So confrontations have resumed, and this week, as Professor said, there were attacks between the army and other rebel groups and the M23, and some battalions of the regional group were attacked. So diplomatically, that de facto ceasefire lessened diplomatic tension between DRC and Rwanda, and the lull in the tumultuous relations between the two countries by creating a context that was favorable for diplomatic talks. And as you know, diplomatic relations between DRC and Rwanda became frosty after the resurgence of M23, DRC accusing Rwanda of supporting the rebels. So this assessment we have done of the success of the mission is based on the tangible outcomes of the presence of the regional force in Eastern DRC. However, these outcomes are limited to one part of the provinces that are in trouble, mainly the province of North Kivu. And this is only one of the provinces most affected by conflicts. But in Ituri and South Kivu, you cannot feel the same impact. And this is because the force has majorly focused on M23, yet we have more than 120 armed groups in that particular region. So this success must be put into perspective of the mandates versus the overall political context in DRC. When you look at the implementation of the mandate from the objective perspective, and when you read the reports, they may say that at least we obtained the ceasefire. We created a conducive environment for a political solution between DRC, the DRC government, and M23, so that the problem of armed groups can be solved. But in terms of approach, they tried to ensure the implementation by the parties of their commitments from both the Nairobi and the Luanda roadmaps. The problem is that the mandate itself was misunderstood on the ground, misunderstood by the government and misunderstood by local communities. Because when the force was deployed in DRC, there was that conviction that this force will fight M23 because it came to help the country and this problem of M23. Then the force is deployed and it says, we are coming to obtain a ceasefire so that you people can negotiate. And that was the beginning of the problem. It fragilized the credibility of the regional force. The consequence is that what this approach research presents as success from an objective perspective is locally understood as an alternative to what was the initial mission of the force that failed before it started, because for them it was deployed to fight M23 and other rebel groups. So when it came and said we will obtain the ceasefire, in the local context they said the mission has failed before it even starts. So in 3 months, for example, the hopes, the trust, and the expectations at the peak during the deployment of the force dropped drastically. And despite the de facto ceasefire, the East African Community Regional Force could not help the belligerents to get a solution that responds to the urgent needs of local communities. For example, for those who know the province of North Kivu, the road was blocked between Goma and Butembo, Beni. Goma is the capital city of the province, and Butembo, Beni in the north is like the economic powerhouse of the province. With the M23, the road was blocked because the M23 was in the middle. But the East African Community Regional Force was deployed. Until now, it has not been able to convince the M23 to clear the road so that economic transactions can continue between the two parts of the province. So for the local communities, it's a failure. So local communities started demonstrating against the force as they are doing against the MONUSCO. And the government in Kinshasa started considering alternatives to the regional force, with SADC being an option. But this has not yet materialized. In terms of challenge, the paper explored 2 types of challenge: field-related challenge and mandate-related challenge. So in the interest of time, I will say that the field-related challenges are linked to the complexity of achieving peace and stability in Eastern DRC. And this is because there is a protracted conflict that has created a kind of sandwich security architecture. When you are intervening in a country as a peacekeeper, you can only succeed if there is a security infrastructure that not only will support, but will take over when you leave. But in DRC, that has been the main problem. And this is what is affecting both the operationalization of the mission and also the political process. I'll try to expand on this. When the war started in 1998, the rebellion, and in 2003, after the negotiations with different warlords, it was decided that, okay, all of them will bring their former combatants to form the army. They called that process brassage. Then other rebellions came and another process was created that, okay, you occupy your territories, but you're under the supervision of the army. That was called mixage. But now the architecture has been built on that, and today you have a security system that is a kind of sandwich of various armed groups. So those groups, when their interests are no longer respected, they go back to the bush and create a new armed group. That's why from the RCD Goma, there was CNDP. From CNDP, there was M23. Now the local communities are saying that, okay, if the government negotiates with the M23, it means that the same process will be applied. So these guys will integrate the army. For a very little disagreement, they will go back to the bush and create another armed group. That's why the government is reluctant to negotiate with the M23 because they know that if we negotiate, that will be the end result. And internally, everyone is against the process. So it affects the implementation of the Luanda and Nairobi processes, but also the operationalization of the mandate of the East Africa Community Regional Force. Because if there were negotiations, then that's the end result. And they are fearing that we don't want to have this particular end result. So that's the complexity of achieving peace and stability. Then there are so many armed groups in DRC, you cannot decide to negotiate with one and not negotiate with another one. So if you negotiate with M23, then therefore you have to negotiate with Mai Mai, with Wazalendo, with Nyatura, with Kadeko, and this is also another complex situation. But also there is that role of regional countries that contribute to insecurity by using proxy groups, because some of these groups are not Congolese groups, they are foreign groups that have recruited Congolese nationals, and others are national groups that have recruited foreigners, and some of them are used by foreign country to insecure the eastern part of DRC for their security and strategic interests. The mandate-related challenges reflect the complexity of implementing this mandate of the East Africa Community Regional Force. Number one, the force is political bound. So it can only succeed if the Nairobi talks and the Luanda roadmap are implemented. So without that political will from the stakeholders, the force can also not succeed because it depends on that political process for the implementation of its mandate. Then there is the issue of resources that has been discussed, and the issue of fragile support from local communities. As I explained, local communities seem not to embrace the mission because for them it's a MONUSCO too. So since MONUSCO has failed, there is no need for another force that will implement the same peacekeeping concept. So in conclusion, the force has been able to negotiate a de facto ceasefire to allow political process to continue and diplomatic negotiations to take place in a favorable environment. However, the successful implementation of its mandate is bound to the political will of stakeholders who committed to the Nairobi and Luanda processes. And the East Africa community did not fully win the political will from the government of DRC, which means that the implementation of the processes will be a problem. The gains of the East Africa community may not last if parties, especially the government, decide that military operations remain the viable option to end the resurgence of armed groups, especially the M23. So in this particular paper, we formulate some recommendations, but the key recommendation here is to discuss with regional actors to see if military intervention is the viable option in the case of DRC. If MONUSCO has failed and MONUSCO has all the resources, why deploy other military interventions and not exploring other options that could be maybe less expensive but more efficient? So those are discussions that we are trying to present in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muhindo. I think you were more passionate about the presentation because you're a national, which is great because you understand the issues better than some of us who are maybe outside. Thank you for the presentation. I liked how you, even though you mentioned successes, you put a disclaimer that they were short-term. In the interest of time, I'd like to welcome our discussant. If you don't mind, about 5 to 7 minutes. Dr. Aita, welcome.
I think we have been sitting for too long, and I think the teacher in me allows me to stand at this point. You'll agree with me that the two presentations provide a very scintillating account of the situation in DRC. I think it's maybe the oldest conflict that we have had in Africa, where the various interventions have not bared any fruit. And I think one of the things that the two papers were trying to do is to try and understand why these interventions have not bared any fruit, and why the current intervention by the East African community. You'll also agree with me that there are a lot of political interest, both internally and externally, that have been driving the conflict in DRC, thus making it a very complex theater of conflict that it's become very difficult to resolve. The two papers have also had some level of similarities, especially in terms of interrogating the mandate that gave impetus to the deployment by the East African community, and also the complexities in terms of engaging with the negative forces. But having said that, I think there are fundamental questions that emerge from the two presentations. One is the conceptualization of negative forces. Is that concept still applicable since its coining in Lusaka? Is it all-encompassing? And what do we mean by negative forces? We know that some of the negative forces have morphed into terrorist groups. They have been classified as terrorist group, like ADF. So is this conceptualization of negative forces still the best way of looking at the various groups in the eastern DR Congo? Secondly is, where does this leave the East African Standby Force in terms of its mandate to intervene in such a situation? Are we seeing a conflict of interest among the regional organization or organizations that have been established to try and promote peace and security in Africa? I think it will be very important for us to see that juxtaposition. Will the East African Standby Force have been a better institution in terms of its intervention in DR Congo? Another fundamental issue that emerges from the two presentations is the issue of planning. In Africa, do we plan well before we deploy? Or it's a question of a knee-jerk reaction? And what drives that deployment? They talked about some of the challenges, including funding. We did not see some of these things before we deployed. We can't learn from the previous deployments. I think that will be a fundamental question for us to ponder on. Another issue is the issue that I'll call collective legitimacy. Does this deployment suffer from collective legitimacy, given the fact that Rwanda is not actively engaged, yet it is not just a member state, but is a partner state within the EAC formulation? So does the absence of Rwanda in the whole formulation make us conclude that the deployment of the East African the East African force to lack collective legitimacy? And lastly is the issue of the deployment of this force. Is it being driven by the collective interest of the EAC member state? Or is being driven by nationalistic interest camouflaged as collective interest? We know that Zimbabwe was in DRC. They went there, they took whatever they wanted, they got enough, they left. We know Angola was there. They went, took whatever they got, they left. So is this deployment a camouflage of nationalistic interest? And we'll see individual countries going into DRC and getting whatever they want to get and then come back. And that will mark the end of this force in DRC. Chair, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to welcome a few questions, maybe about 2 or 3 from the floor. And online, if we have, you could give us maybe 2 questions as well. But I also wanted to ask questions. But before I do that, maybe just a few comments from my end. I wanted to ask, when DRC, for example, is the central government is forced to be put in a situation where it negotiates with armed groups. I just wonder why DRC almost seems like the only state which is forced to do this. Because within East Africa community, when you look at countries like Kenya, for example, we had an issue with the armed group in Mount Elgon. And there's no time when the central government was forced to negotiate with it. Uganda, you also had the other group. So I'm just wondering, when this happens, maybe DRC is put in a position to legitimize some of the groups that it has. And then also in terms of why it was the mission was approved, we know it was led by Uhuru Kenyatta. So I'm just wondering, was it a personal decision, even though he was head of state? Was it a national, of national interest? Was it of the regional interest? And has that motivation been transmitted either to the other regional regional heads of state and even to the new government system or not? And maybe in your papers, if that will be handled, it could answer some of the problems, whether the mission will be successful or not. And just lastly, to Professor Kasaija, I just wondered why South Sudan would fund the CRF, but it doesn't pay its dues in ESC. So I just found that very strange. So maybe military issues are more of its what it finds more useful. So maybe ESC could engage in more. Maybe eventually South Sudan will start contributing. Just lastly, also in terms of some of the solutions, only in Africa is where I find resources are personalized, because we know in DRC people own mines and all that. So I just wonder if one of the solutions is also to make resources state-controlled, because I find that very odd. In all other states, resources are never personalized. So I don't know if you have, all of you have that in your papers or not. But I said mine is just comments to think about. Maybe we can discuss later. I'd like to open the floor. Yes, Ms. Mutunga.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry I walked out, and if I'm asking anything that has been already been discussed, you forgive me for that. It's really regarding the East African Standby Force. The East African Regional Force, and I wonder to what extent were they trained before they went to the DRC? Were they trained? And the question about using the Africa Standby Force, well, maybe the East African Standby Force would not be the right one, because the DRC does not belong to the East African Standby Force. DRC belongs to the SADC Force. But why wasn't the SADC Force approached? I think I know the answer. I know that some countries, for example, East African Standby Force did want to get into the DRC, but some countries said DRC is not our member. You know, we are not. These are not our members, so we can't. For example, Seychelles would say, that's not my interest, that is not my member state. So there was that issue of configuration of the standby forces. But I wonder why SADC wasn't approached, number one, and number two, whether the East African Regional Force is a trained force. Because even if you look at MONUSCO, you look at a very indisciplined force. If you have a force that goes into DRC or any other place, and they are not trained, you know, the same issues of MONUSCO will still come up again. So those are my questions, comments.
Thank you. Maybe I would request Professor Kasaija, you handle the questions. Oh. Okay, let's take around the gentleman.
Good afternoon. My name is Mwangi Maina. I have a question. Prof, the last time I met you in Addis Ababa, Professor Kasaija, we talked about General Mosquito. Do the region know who the agent provocateur is, especially when it comes to all these crises? Then she raised a very important comment. Why should Kinshasa negotiate with the M23, yet Rwanda doesn't also want to negotiate with the FDLR? My last question, I'll peg it on the Kenyan context. President Uhuru Kenyatta seemed a bit more engaged with the Congolese leadership. We have a new president who seems not a president who doesn't seem like he's giving a priority to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Do you think Kenya is fumbling? Because we have seen a lot of anti-Kenya sentiments in Congo, yet when the contingents went over there, we had a lot of goodwill. People were saying, you know, we are receiving a regional force. We are gonna now sort out this whole mess. Yesterday, a Kenyan soldier died during the clashes between the M23 and Wazalendo. Is it a message that is being sent directly to the Kenyan forces that, you know, you have to leave, we no longer need you in our territories? Asante.
Thank you. Let's have a question from the lady. I hope you could have a question that maybe a national could answer so that we could hear a local perspective from someone there.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Berita. Thanks for the presentations. They are very informative. One of the mandates of the regional force from the presentations was to disarm the armed groups, first peacefully and if not, then forcefully. But that is disarmament from the demand side. What are the mechanisms put in place to disarm from the supply side? Because these groups are able to fight with confidence because of the firepower that they have. So who supplies them? And what is done to stop the supply? Secondly, there was Dr. Sabala presented about the mandate, where the regional force derived its mandate, mainly from international organizations, the UN, the AU. How about the mandate of the people on the ground? What are their views about the armed groups? Are there some that they feel need to be or rather don't need to be or should not be disarmed because perhaps they provide security to them? Yes, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we have a question online. If we don't have a question online, maybe we could, I don't know if someone else has a question. If not, maybe the speakers could answer. We'll start with Professor Kasaija.
Okay, thank you very much, Claire. Thank you for the comments and the questions. On the issue of the supply side in terms of disarmament, you know, I was doing research on M23 for the Uganda government a couple of years back, and I had the opportunity to sit with the commanders of the group. And one of the questions which I remember the sentiment was that, why don't you go and tell your president to give us back our guns which we came with in Uganda in 2013? And I asked, but do you really think that the president is going to give you these guns? Diplomatically, it's going to be very difficult for him to justify him giving you those guns. And then they told me, I said, no. You see, Kasaija, you don't understand. In the DRC, you need 10 AK-47s and $10,000 to start a rebellion. We know where to get the guns. So in other words, there is a source, and this source is within the region. The quartermaster general of the M23 is in the region. He's not in Europe, he's not in Russia, he's not anywhere else. So these people know how to get the guns. Yeah, and the guns are all over the place. If you see the data from REXA, for example, the Regional Center on Small Arms and Light Weapons, it will give you an idea of how prevalent these guns, where these guns come from. So presumably it may be very difficult to actually disarm, and that's why it is difficult to disarm these groups, because then it is easy to get the guns. If you are familiar with the disarmament exercises in Karamoja, in Uganda we have been doing disarmament, but Kenya does not do disarmament in Turkana. South Sudan does not do disarmament among the Toposa. Ethiopia does not do disarmament among the Bume. So you can disarm in Uganda, but they'll go back and get the guns from the other area. So it's a cycle. And presumably that's why we have these issues. So on the question of, I will leave the Kenyan interest to the Kenyans. Possibly they can answer better than me. But the issue of negotiating with these groups, yes, I can really understand the sentiment, because you cannot be telling DRC to negotiate with M23. They have done it before. There were negotiations in 2013. There were 2 agreements, what we call the Nairobi declarations. Those declarations have also been part of the conversation that they were not implemented, and that's why we have a resurgence of M23. But that's where there's a difficulty in terms of the honest brokering of peace in this region, because I don't think our leaders are really very genuine. You are telling President Tshisekedi to negotiate with M23, but Museveni is not ready to negotiate with ADF. Kagame is not ready to negotiate with FDR. In fact, I remember in 2012, when there was a suggestion by President Chikwete, told Kagame that, but don't you think that it is high time that you should negotiate with the FDLR? Kagame went on TV and said he was going to punch physically. He was going to punch Chikwete. It could have been said as a joke, but people took it very, very seriously. So these are so the honest conversation that we need to have around these matters doesn't happen, because our leaders are not very, they are not being very helpful. But also you need to understand the politics of using these non-state armed groups. When President Kabila was president of Congo, every time there were issues to do with, he would raise the issues of M23. Museveni would remind him, would raise the issue of M23. Kabila would raise the issue of ADF. He said, but don't you know, I still have ADF people. And Museveni would say, but I also still have M23 on my territory. So you better behave. If you don't behave, these people can, anytime they can reignite these things. So this, and that's our region. So how do we end this? I'm not very sure. The other thing which I wanted to mention here, I will not answer everything, in terms of this whole business about East African Standby Force and the SADC force. One of the difficulties of East African Standby Force, that's why they call it a regional mechanism. They don't really call it a regional force. Why? Because if you look at all the other standby forces, they are aligned to a specific region economic community. SADC, ECOWAS, Arab Maghreb Union. But when it came to East Africa, it became difficult because you cannot align. Initially, the conceptual idea was to align the East African Standby Force with IGAD. But it became difficult because IGAD is small, but not all members, and also not all members on ESF are not members of IGAD. Because you have Rwanda, Burundi, which are part of ESC. You have Uganda, Kenya, which are part of ESC. South Sudan is part of ESC. They are also part of IGAD. But you also have Comoros and Seychelles, which are part of the Indian Ocean Commission. So it became very difficult to align the East African Standby Force to a REC. So that's why they call it a regional mechanism. But that notwithstanding, why wouldn't we want to call the ESF? We need to look at the history of the deployment of ESF. The idea was the operational capability was declared in 2016, meaning that now we have a standby force which is operational. At least I have seen and I have the pledged forces, the pledged contributions of each of the 10 member states. When it came to Sudan, because we have had instances in which we have had opportunity where the ESF could have been deployed, it was never deployed. Why? Partly because of the politics. The issues to do with who is going to mandate this force. We saw it in Burundi in 2015, especially at the level of the African Standby Force. The ESF was actually told to make contingencies to deploy in Burundi. The ministers agreed. When it came to the heads of state said no. Who knows if we allow this force to intervene in Burundi, where else is it going to intervene? Because also there are people who are very strategic. They look beyond the immediate. And I remember the conversation in 2015 was around when the matter was taken to the African Peace and Security Council. One of the people who were very vehement on the deployment of ESF in Burundi was President Yahya Jammeh, the then president of the Gambia. Because his argument was, who knows, if you deploy there, where is it going to deploy? And I can tell you within 6 months, the ECOWAS standby force had forced him out when he lost the elections in 2016. So these are the things which we need also to think about, because if you invite this force to deploy somewhere, where else is it going to deploy? And to what effect, of course? I will take all the other comments as comments, and we can, when we are revising the papers, then at least mine I would try especially to think about these matters, including, of course, the planning, pre-deployment time. Do we plan? Don't we know these issues when we are doing the pre-deployment training? One of the problems of the MONUSCO has been the fact that there has been this argument. My president calls MONUSCO tourists. No, these people just came to Congo to be their tourists. They don't know. But presumably he's right. The bulk of the forces of MONUSCO come from Nepal, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and India. And if you see how these people are trained for the pre-deployment training, there are no jungles. These people don't train in the jungles in Calcutta or wherever. You imagine you are put on a plane from New Delhi. You land in Nairobi, you are put on a chopper, you are taken to Entebbe, put on a chopper, you are taken to Buta to go and keep peace in the DRC. What is going to be your reaction? One, you don't know the culture, you don't know the language. Your job is to make sure that you stick around your base to make yourself alive, to keep yourself alive, basically. And this has been part of the undoing of MONUSCO. The idea of deploying the East African regional force partly was driven by that imperative. That you see, these people called MONUSCO are tourists. Let us send our soldiers there who know the terrain, the soldiers who know the history. And my president is very good at talking about these things. Say, look, he can give you a lecture on DRC since the deployment of the first force for even a year. He can talk for a year. Because these are the things which and he will tell you, say, I've been around for the last 50 years. I saw the MONUC of 1960. I don't know how many of you were around in 1960. But this gentleman can tell you the MONUC of 1960. So, and this is attitude. So, this is also driven, and it answers the question of the interest. What is the interest of deployment of this thing? Is it because we really want to help the DRC? Or is it also part of a continuation of something else, some interest which we have been pursuing? But thank you very much for the comments. Thank you very much for the questions. I will leave the questions of Kenyans to the Kenyans because they know better than me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just request Mr. Muhindo to say something. Kizito will finish with the Kenyan comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments and the questions. Actually, I will just comment on the question on why negotiating with rebel groups and not doing what Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda do. Actually, when we were writing our paper, there was an act being discussed in the parliament in DRC, where the parliament is saying, okay, we have to make sure that through the law, the government is no longer allowed to negotiate with rebel groups. And this was an act proposed by MPs from the eastern part of DRC because they know where the negotiations lead to. The problem is now the implementation. Yes, you decide that we no longer negotiate with rebels. Then you realize that these rebels are stronger sometimes than the army. And why are they stronger than the army? Because some of them, they are, yes, rebel groups, but there are national armies behind rebel groups. You'll realize, for example, that CNDP, M23, they always start at the border. M23 started at the border, Bunagana, border between DRC and Uganda. Why will a rebel group start its activities at the border? I think you understand now the reasoning behind and why countries ask the government to negotiate with this rebel group, because they know that this rebel group is a representative of interests of some countries in the regions. So because they cannot say negotiate directly with us, they will say negotiate with this dude, because they know that this dude represents somehow our interests. Actually, that's the major problem. But with local armed groups, the government in DRC is very clear on the matter. We will no longer negotiate with them. Either you disarm or we kill you. Then the problem with disarmament and reintegration or reassertion is that these are people who only know violence and crime. They know nothing else. They have no skills, no education. So you will disarm them, you will send them to the community, then they realize that they have nothing to do within the community, then they'll go back to the bush. And because it's very easy to get arms and weapons, they will start another group. So in both cases, it's still a problem. That's why my personal point of view is that at the regional level, maybe it should be important that regional organizations start negotiating with the government in Kinshasa on how to make sure there is a strong state in DRC that can defend both national and regional interests. Because if there is a strong state in DRC, a government that is present, then rebel groups will no longer be a problem.
Thank you so much for that insight. Dr. Kizito, maybe you might finish for us.
Thank you. Because they have said I respond to the Kenyan question, I've actually changed my nationality. Just to add a few things. One of the problems of reintegration in DRC is the fact that in the past, what has happened is that those reintegration has brought foreigners into the national army of DRC. In fact, at a very senior positions. And therefore, this is one of the ways, one of the things that the DRC government is very jittery about the concept of reintegration of these armed groups into the central army. The last, or second last point I want to say is that when I was presenting on Burundi, I said Burundi have been accusing Kigali. We have presented on DRC, and we are saying DRC has constantly accused Kigali of interfering in its internal affairs. The UN report, is not my report, I'm just quoting the UN, has consistently given evidence about the interference of Kigali in DRC. I think if we are honest, the ball must be taken to the doorstep of Kigali. But that is my view on this. In the same vein, during the 1990s, when the current president of Rwanda was in Uganda, he used to fly to Dar es Salaam and Arusha to negotiate with Habyarimana. President Museveni, in 1980s, he used to fly to Nairobi to negotiate with Dito Okello. Today, they are there saying you can't negotiate with those guys in the bush. I think as academics, policymakers, we need to begin to ask the hard questions that nobody wants to ask. About Kenya and President Uhuru, I think in my own perspective, the president has given the mandate to Uhuru to undertake that process, and he cannot be commenting on that process each and every time. But for those who have been following the process, you realize that Uhuru has not been, he has not slept on this matter. He has actually continued to push for a dialogue on this. But I think from the national level perspective, increasingly the regional force is becoming another MONUSCO. At the beginning of the deployment, you remember the Kenyan president was on top of things and he pushed for it a lot. But today you hear nothing about the national statements on this matter. My own thinking is that as the force continue to receive a lot of criticisms in DRC, as a state, you must also begin to take a low profile so that you are not associated with the critics. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So sorry we've taken more time than allocated to us, but I think it became more interesting. So apologies, Dr. Julian, but we are done now.
Thank you very much. A big round for them as well. The distinguished shirt. Thank you to you guys.
Thank you all. Thank you all for all your contributions. We are done.
Thank you very much. A big round to them, please. Andre, you can step forward. Mwangi Maina, you can step forward. And then somebody can help me with those outside to come in so that Andre can make her announcement, Maina can make his announcement.
What's my announcement?
Yeah, or where you are meeting, the people that you want. Yeah, I don't know if it's here, just announce it. And then he also announces it, and the room as well. So it's over to you. So I invite Andre just to tell us what the next session is about, who her panelists are, and the meeting room. And then, what time is it now? I just want to, it is 16:06. She was scheduled to stop at 17 hours. I think in fairness to you, I'm happy to add you 15 to 20 minutes. So we could finish at 17:20 to allow Kenyans to rush out and beat this drum. Okay. Yeah, so see how best you can utilize that time. But thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Roa. So the second half of our afternoon will be spent continuation on a continued discussion on peace and security, and specifically advancing peace and security in the COMESA region, exploring challenges, opportunities, and collaborative solutions so that it's not all doomsday. Our panelists in this session are, and apologies if I mispronounce your name, Dr. Nzao, Mr. Daka, Ms. Chamunuka, Dr. Magwanise, Dr. Buchere, and Dr. Ziso. We will be, and our discussant, Prof. Apuli, and we will be located in room 1, which is this room. Thanks.
And they can actually step forward.
Yes, and you can.
Yeah, in the interest of time, just step forward. Maina, you will do the same.
Sorry.
My name is Mwangi Maina, and my session the session that I'm going to moderate, we will be speaking about public diplomacy, the issue of media and diplomacy. The panelists are Dr. Esther Mudhoni Kingori. We also have Dr. Maureen Selo. We also have Dr. Masi Mweni Katina and Mr. Eliud Kibi, who will join us virtually from China. We will be in room number 2. Asante.
Okay, great. Have you invited other delegates to come and listen in?
Please join us. The media is a very crucial pillar when it comes to issues to do with diplomacy. You cannot be able to escalate your diplomacy if you're not able to speak with the media, you're not able to engage with the media. So that's why we say media and diplomacy, it's part and parcel. Tafadhalini, please join us and you can continue this conversation.
Okay, good luck. Enjoy it. Andre, the floor is yours. Maina, your floor is yours on room number 2.
Okay, so I am assuming that the other colleagues are not in the room with us. Dr. Nzao, if you could please join us on the stage. Shall I proceed, Dr. Ro? Shall I proceed in the interest of... Yes? Okay, I'm just going to, don't mean to be rude, but proceed in the interest of time. So welcome to our panelists. We very much look forward to your presentations. Each panelist will be allocated 10 minutes, and unfortunately I will indicate to you when it is time to wrap up so that we keep our time well. And then Prof. Apuli, forgive me, you have 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. And with that, I would like to welcome Mr. Evans Daka, who is presenting on the role of COMESA in promoting peace and security in the extraction of transitional minerals in Zambia. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon once more. Yeah, my name's, as already mentioned, Evans Daka from Zambia, University of Zambia in particular. Just a minor correction on the topic. It was a bit, amended. So it is basically the role of COMESA in the promotion of peace and security in the region. Okay, so okay, so the outline for my presentation, I have the introduction, and then in the interest of time, we'll go straight to the theoretical framework, and then my literature review, research methodology, and then look into the many findings of this paper. So introduction, COMESA began as a PTA in 1982, somewhere there, and of course in 1994, evolved into what it is now as COMESA. The key institutions, of course, include the authority of heads of states and government, the Council of Ministers, together with the Secretariat. Geographically, COMESA is actually the largest IRSK in Africa, and of course, because of that, it is the largest trading area. COMESA focuses mainly on economic integration, but also does, acknowledge the importance of promoting peace and security in the region, precisely as a prerequisite to economic development. In the area of economic integration, COMESA established a free trade area since 2000. Then, of course, in 2009, made some progress and introduced a customs union. 2011, COMESA entered into a tripartite FTA with SADC and the ESC, basically to address some of the challenges associated with overlapping membership. And then, of course, COMESA is participating in the African Continental Free Trade Area. It does trade with the EU under EPAs, with USA under AGOA. These initiatives have good results. Of course, there's an increase in terms of trade and investment, and of course the creation of regional jobs. But these gains have been challenged, like probably presented by area speakers, with conflicts in the region, in countries such as DRC, Sudan, as some of the examples that we can give. In view of this, COMESA has put in place a governance, peace, and security program to promote peace and, of course, security in the region. In terms of the theoretical framework, the paper is guided by the community theory. This is a theory that was developed by Karl Dosch in 1957, and he argues that a group of states between which, or rather it defines a security community as a group of states between which war has become unthinkable, as states share an understanding that force should not be used to resolve disputes. Of course, this is backed by other scholars such as Hegre, 2000, who claims or argues that a successful security community should be characterized by trade interdependency with clearly defined institutional cooperation. Now, if you look at the nature of COMESA, you find that COMESA does really fall within the arguments of what a security community is. So we can actually safely argue that COMESA has evolved into a security community. My literature review is actually divided into two sections. There's a section where I've given an overview of how conflict really is, just a synopsis of how conflict is distributed within the region. So in this case, we are able actually to tell that COMESA as a region is relatively stable and peaceful. But of course, there are concerns in some countries such as Somalia, okay, with the presence of Al-Shabaab there, and of course, countries like Ethiopia, particularly in the Tigray region, and of course, the issues that have already been presented by other scholars in DRC and of course in Sudan. The other section of the literature review looks at, of course, the efforts that have been made by other RECs in promotion of peace and security in the region. Of course, they draw the mandate from the APSA, the African Peace and Security Architecture, and from this mechanism by the AU, a number of mechanisms, regional mechanisms, precisely for RECs, have been developed, such as the mechanisms on conflict prevention. COMESA, for instance, has developed an early warning system, and many other RECs, such as the East African Early Warning System, basically to identify conflicts as early as possible. In West Africa, we know the works that ECOWAS has done through ECOMOG, the Economic Community Military Observer Group, which in the past has, of course, tried to manage or to resolve conflicts in Sierra Leone, 1991, Liberia, 1989, Guinea-Bissau, and Cote d'Ivoire in 2002, respectively. However, efforts by ECOWAS are being undermined by the latest conflicts in Mali, Burkina Faso, and now Niger. In Southern Africa, there's SADC, of course, with its organ of politics, defense and security, which provides defense cooperation in response to conflict. Nonetheless, there's this scholar called Nathan in 2004. He argues that in most cases of violence in the region, that is SADC region, the organization has refrained, stayed away from any engagement, treating violence as purely a domestic affair. The case here is Zimbabwe. Of course, I can go on to explain more about what other RECs have done, but in the interest of time, let me probably proceed to other sections. There's a methodology, basically it's a qualitative approach being used, and of course, to collect data, much is done through the desk. What has COMESA done in terms of promoting peace and security in the region? So to begin with, there's been an institutional framework put in place, and this institutional framework has given mandate to precise activities that COMESA is undertaking to ensure that peace and security in the region is promoted. 1994 treaty, of course, does give the mandate of COMESA in terms of guiding it in its a governance, peace, and security program. Article 3 of the treaty clearly indicates that to cooperate in the promotion of peace, security, and stability among member states, to enhance economic development in the region, conflict, or rather peace and security, should be promoted. In 1999, COMESA held the summit, to clearly define the structures on how peace and security should be handled. 2007, another meeting was held to specifically look at the economic dimension of conflict to ensure that there is that mainstreaming of conflict prevention into the economic activities of COMESA. The GPS programs or activities, quite a number of them. For instance, there is what you call the Trading for Peace, which was developed to support post-conflict reconstruction and development in its member countries emerging from conflict. Among other activities, of course, is what you call the Trade Information Desk, basically to gather information across border areas that may be used to resolve disputes as states are trading. Of course, COMESA have talked about this already, that it has established a early warning system as contributing to the continental early warning system. In Zambia 2021, the country, we took a country structure vulnerability assessment as a starting point for the implementation of the COM1. Other activities, of course, include the observation of elections as the mandate which is drawn with the principles adopted within the UN. Of course, there's the council or the committee of elders, which is mandated with the activity of mediation. COMESA also does work with the civil society organizations and the private sector to ensure that there is coordination in terms of resolving or promoting peace and security in the region. COMESA also does work with other RECs, such as ESC, IGAD, and many others. The organization also works with other international partners, such as USAID, GIZ, DFID, KFW, on a number of programs in the promotion of peace and security. Of course, this mandate of COMESA in the promotion of peace and security has not come without challenges. Quite a number of challenges. For instance, Etiang does observe that despite putting an early warning system, there's a gap in terms of linking that to early response. The other issue, which many previous scholars have talked about already, is the issue of resources. And if you look at this critically, you find that other programs of COMESA have actually been suspended because of limited resources. We cannot, of course, undermine the challenges that came with COVID-19. Certain programs were not implemented on peace and security, basically because COVID meant restrictions on travel and also limitations in terms of gathering like this. In conclusion, we can argue, like we mentioned in the beginning, that COMESA, yes, does focus on economic integration, but there is recognition in terms of the role played by conflict in a number of countries within the region. As such, the regional economic community has put in place a governance, peace and security program to promote peace and security in the region as a basis for regional integration. And finally, the paper does argue, is arguing that with economic integration running side by side with the GPS program of COMESA, the organization has now evolved into a security community, as asserted by Kaudosh 1957. Now, there are gaps, of course. The paper recognizes that there should be more research done, more especially on the domestication of the programs of COMESA by member states in the promotion of peace and security. And of course, we can also interrogate how international organizations are getting involved to promote peace and security in the COMESA region. I'll end my presentation here, of course, with limited time. Thank you so very much. That's fine, that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. I think you provided an important context and tracked that development of COMESA very well. We can see that we are not short of the tools and the architecture. It's there, it just needs to be followed by the requisite political will and, of course, funding. I would now like to welcome Dr. Edison Ziso to make his presentation on displaced representation in political parties, examining party cartelization in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Edson Ziso, as already mentioned. I am originally from Zimbabwe, but currently teaching IR at the University of Adelaide in South Australia. I am going to compress my remarks in 10 minutes, as much as I can, but I will be talking about political parties in Africa. That's essentially my focus. Put briefly, this paper comes out of the realization that we often discuss IR, we discuss conflict, we discuss peace and security, without necessarily touching on the role that political parties play in this whole calculus. So my thesis is that political parties, instead of representing their membership, are essentially displacing them. And I'm gonna deploy the theory of party catalyzation, a theory which explains that political parties essentially become cartels in their own right, even though they put a public persona of really championing members' rights. In the end, they end up championing the rights of a few and select disparate organizations, special interests, big business, both internally and externally. So the questions that I pose initially are, is the political party promoting representative democracy or achieving the opposite? And I draw examples from my native country of Zimbabwe and neighboring South Africa. So I can as well put a disclaimer that some of these findings may not necessarily be reflective of the African condition as a whole. But given these two examples, I think I can sustain the claim. The other question is, how do we explain the disconnect between the party and the people? I think it was mentioned in the morning just how voter apathy has been creeping into African political systems. You have 27% people voting, and that is hardly reflective of the wishes of the majority in a country. But how do we explain that? Again, I find that we can point the finger at special interests that have taken over political parties to the extent that the general membership do not feel part of the political party anymore. So this paper is basically a contribution in party scholarship in Africa, where I try to link political parties with governance as well as international relations. In conclusion, I will be basically advocating for us to relook at political parties in Africa so that we can understand better where we are going wrong with peace and security and IR. So, to begin, political parties in Africa are essentially a foreign concept. We didn't have political parties in Africa. This is of course true with many other things that we have adopted post-independent, and obviously with the end of the Cold War, when the Western, liberal order took over. We basically had to adopt what the world was doing. So, as is known, when you adopt something foreign, you usually struggle how to manage it. So I think that is a starting point, in that we did not have this kind of phenomenon. So we are simply learning as we go. But we did have military organizations that were fighting the war of liberation, which basically morphed into political parties into the post-independence period. So ZANU-PF, for example, was ZANLA. You've got KANU, which obviously became a political party, and the same is true for many other parties across the continent. But again, this does not mean that political parties are a problem only in Africa, despite being foreign. I think they are a problem across the world, even from where they originate. In Australia, the Labour Party, for example, is surprising everyone by signing up to things that no one in the labor movement really supports. For example, the recently signed submarine agreement with the US. All labor supporters, or the majority of them, are against nuclear proliferation. They are against climate change, but labor is doing the exact opposite of what membership expects. You look at the US, in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, the Democrats also signed up to the multi-billion-dollar deal to rescue big banks, which ordinarily would not be supported by the membership. So, despite protests, despite recriminations from the membership, the members were ignored. So, this is not a phenomenon unique to Africa. And in any case, the cartel thesis for parties originates in liberal democracies, but I am trying to apply it in the African context. So, what I've realized is that drawing from examples in Zimbabwe and South Africa, political parties are for sale because they are in bed with the big business and special interests. South Africa was a very unique example in the last few years, for those who followed it, with the Guptas, who are of Indian origin, who basically captured the state through their close relationship with Jacob Zuma. And there has been an inquiry, and it's on record as having shown that the country was basically in the hands of these brothers, the Guptas. And that is because they managed to penetrate and interfere with the functions of the ANC at the highest level. So opposition parties are therefore not just battling incumbents. So opposition parties in Africa feel, that they can do better, and they then challenge the incumbents. But I think they are struggling to get into power because they are not just fighting the incumbents, but they are fighting special interests behind these incumbents as well. So this is why we see that the political party is now more synonymous with injustice, with exclusion, with nepotism, with sexism, and this is due to the fact that it is no longer representing, the base, as it were. It is captured by cartels. And when we talk of cartels, we are worried about those who are within the cartel and those who are outside the cartel. It's amazing that when someone gets elected, they get 40 million votes. The credit there is to the general membership, isn't it? But as soon as they get into power, they champion the interests of a very few select, interests to the exclusion of the millions of voters. And when we look at the recent, coups in Africa, we have had probably 5 or 6 of them in the past couple of years. Zimbabwe experienced one, Gabon, Niger. You have people celebrating coups, not because coups are a good thing per se, but because people are frustrated with the way the parties that they voted into power have basically been alienating them at every turn. So in the interest of time, the question would be, what then do we do? Do we discard political parties or not? I'm a bit hesitant to throw away, the baby and the bucket water, but I think we need to relook at political parties in Africa and understand exactly how we are missing the link there between in their contribution to peace and security as well as conflict. Because if political parties are not democratic in nature, what we essentially have is an outcome of leadership that is both unethical and also de-linked from the wishes of the majority. Why do we expect such leaders to represent us better at IR level? So in conclusion, I think we should all probably coalesce around social movements, because these have the potential, to transform the nature both of politics and of economic outcomes without necessarily being burdened by parochial party interests. Of course, I'm not saying social movements are going to be the be and all. Definitely, we must have other processes also coming together for the betterment of humanity. But I think the political party is currently, known in Africa and structured is disenfranchising and actually causing more problems than solutions. So thank you. I'll end here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ziso. A very interesting presentation indeed, and the role of political parties as actors and agents in IR broadly and peace and security more specifically is really something we must focus on as a unit of analysis. And also I just wanted to emphasize that point you made about the disconnect between the party and the people. And I mean, is this a larger reflection of a sort of breakdown in social cohesion and the social contract between the state and its citizens? Thank you very much. I would now like to welcome Dr. Makwanise, who will present on the Russia-Ukraine war and food security, lessons for Zimbabwe and Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege and an honor for me to stand before you. My name is Ndakaite Makwanise from Zimbabwe, from Midland State University. I'm here to present a topic or a paper entitled The Russia-Ukraine War and Food Security Lessons for Africa. I revised. I wanted to be selfish. I wanted to talk about Zimbabwe, but I revised it to Africa. If I had time, I was going to sing that song which talks about the hunger. Basically, what it means is that the hunger is like the gallbladder of a crocodile. It doesn't discriminate, it kills. So that's my presentation layout. Oh, sorry. Can you put it up? It can save me. Oh, it's not. Pardon? It's okay. All right, so this is my presentation layout. First, I'm going to introduce, then I'm going to look at the aim of the paper, methodology, research, theoretical framework. I will briefly look at the background to this war, the effects of this war, and lessons learned, and then I will conclude. As a way of introduction, let me start by saying the Russia-Ukraine war had a major impact on food security, not only in Africa, but in the whole world. But Africa was greatly affected. Why am I saying that? Both production and distribution of food was affected in Ukraine, especially because of issues to do with the war. For example, up to now, more than 8 million people have been displaced in Ukraine. Some have left, others have moved to other places. And as a result, this has affected food production. And if you look at this issue, attention has been given mostly to the support being given to Ukraine by the West, and also the sanctions being imposed on Russia, but little attention is given to Africa. The challenges that this problem is bringing. Another problem also is that the UNDP is looking at the Millennium Development Goals, and two of them actually, number 2, that of eliminating hunger, and number 1, that of eliminating poverty by 2030. Africa is less likely to meet these goals because of this war. So the aim of this paper is simply to explore this war, and then also to draw lessons, to explore the impact of this war on food security in Africa, and also to draw lessons. There is no guarantee that this conflict or similar conflict will occur. I think those who are familiar with the history of Russia, you know that Russia generally has got a foreign policy of expanding. And if you look at the time of President Boris Yeltsin, Russia was fighting Chechnya. During the time of Medvedev, Russia was also fighting Georgia, and now we have got President Putin who is fighting Ukraine. So it's more like, according to scholars, that's Russian foreign policy, which is in the DNA of Russian politics. So there's no guarantee that this problem will not occur. Now the question is, should this problem occur again, how is Africa going to deal with the issue of food security? Methodology there, I will not waste my time. This was a purely literature reviewed paper. I didn't have time to go there, maybe to Russia and see. So I just reviewed literature. As you know, this is a fairly recent conflict. The war started in February 2022, so it's a fairly recent occurrence. I had to Google, especially policy papers written by NGOs dealing with food, especially in Africa, as well as the UN, World Food and World Bank documents. Theoretical framework, I looked at the theory of resource distribution theory, which is borrowed from sociology, and this theory basically talks of resources. And the main argument is that resource supply generally depends on the complexity, dynamism, and richness of the environment, which means if an environment is poor, there's likely to be poor resources. And also this theory looks at how organizations depend on one another in terms of resources. For example, if one organization has got resources which are needed by another organization, those organizations actually, they depend on that organization. And as a result now, it is in the interest of an organization to minimize dependence on other organizations. And already, as I say, organizations, think of Africa, think of African countries as independent organizations, but they are dependent on Russia and Ukraine. Why? Because they really want they really want food from Russia. I'm talking of food supply chain here in the sense that food is manufactured in Ukraine and then it is now distributed from Ukraine to Africa. And we are all aware of what happened. As soon as the war started, Russia blockaded the Black Sea. You see, the Black Sea, this side, it means all the ports that were used to transport food to Africa have been blockaded. And as a result, you can see already that the food chain supply there was disrupted. And already from this theory, the argument of this paper is that Africa must reduce, or if possible, eliminate dependence on Russia and Ukraine in terms of food supply. I come from Zimbabwe. I was surprised to know that the cereal we were eating was coming from as far as Ukraine. And even the fertilizers we were using, they were coming as far as Belarus there and as well as Russia. I was really surprised. So I think the paper is arguing that there is a need actually to minimize dependence. I will not say much on the theoretical background, on the theoretical framework, but on the background to the conflict, let me say this conflict actually did not occur in a vacuum. The war started at a time when there were already problems. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic, which actually had a major impact on economies. And also, there was this climatic problem where we see now droughts, which had already taken place, and then come now this issue of the war. And one thing also to note is that the food that is normally given as food aid is bought from this same region. So as a result now, most of the aid goes to Africa. And you can see how this war has greatly impacted has an impact on the African countries. I will not say much on the background there, but what I can say is Russia and Ukraine between themselves, actually they are the major exporters of the food, especially wheat, which is consumed, the bread that we eat. And if you look at these two, they are not the largest producers of wheat, but they are the largest exporters. And besides that, Russia is the largest exporter of fertilizers. And fertilizers have got a lot to do also with the food production in Africa. I think you agree with me that nowadays we really need fertilizer if you really want to have a meaningful yield. And most of this fertilizer is imported from this region. So you can see how seriously food production has been affected. Now let's look at the effect of the war on food security, right? I've already said that, but one factor to note in the interest of time is that Africa heavily depends on Russia and Ukraine for food. To an extent that some countries, it's only that I couldn't, but you could see statistically that some countries, they go as far as even importing 70% of their food needs from this region. And that's too high. Some as far as even 84%, right, of their food requirement. So that's the challenge now. And because Africa heavily relies on Russia and Ukraine, this war has caused a lot of problems. And what are the lessons for Africa? Africa really must draw lessons from this conflict. One of the major lessons actually is the need to invest and value peace. One of the reasons why Africa is not producing food is because of conflict. And I'm glad, was it Dr. Vasu who spoke about the challenges of Africa? For example, conflicts in Africa. In 2019 alone, there were more than 15 African countries in armed conflicts. Not only conflicts. We talk of Mozambique, the insurgencies. We talk of the Central African Republic. We talk of war in the Sudan. We talk of the coups occurring everywhere, Djibouti, and recently in Niger. All these have got a negative impact on food because once war has started, you see, for you to grow a crop, you must be assured that you will be able to plant, to weed, to harvest. So if you are not assured of that, how can you invest money when you know you will not be able to do that? So Africa needs to value, but not only Africa. As I am speaking now, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has been overtaken by the Middle East. The Middle East is burning. I talk of Lebanon, talk of, I don't know whether we still talk of Gaza, because Gaza, I think has almost been reduced to a ground because of this conflict following the 7 October incident. So we need to really value peace, right? Especially here in Africa, because one of the major contributors of hunger in Africa is conflict, right? So, and also there is need actually to reinvest in agriculture. There is need to reinvest in agriculture. Africa needs to rethink agriculture. Rethinking agriculture, it means sitting down and then looking at the situation. How much are we importing as a country? What can we do at least to reduce? Sometimes it's not a matter of being dependent overnight, but putting mechanism, for example, investing in irrigation schemes, investing in drought resilient crops. I changed the university. I was at the National University of Science and Technology, and I had always argued that why don't we have an agriculture course here? We are learning the periodic table, chemistry, hydrogen, helium, beryllium. But why don't we also introduce agriculture? Because food is key, right? So Africa needs to reinvest in agriculture. I don't have much time now. Let me just... there is also the need to revisit traditional responses to food insecurity. I know Africa, the challenge we had was when our friends came, they blamed us for everything we're doing. But if you look at the African context of food security, the homestead was the first port of call when it comes to food security. Where I come from, Zimbabwe, they used to have what they call Zunde Ramambo, where people, after harvesting, they also had to work in a king's field, and then they would store some food. But now, another disturbing thing is my brother presented on the politics. One moment, the Minister of Agriculture is saying we have a bumper harvest. We've never had this harvest before. 2 weeks later, we are importing maize from Kenya and Zambia. We are trying to import maize. That's the other challenge that we have. So my own perspective of this issue was to try and look at the household. We look at the issue of food security from the household level, right? So what it means basically is the government should not be in charge of food security. It must be the local people themselves. They should make sure that within their parameters there is enough, there is enough food there. But how this can be done, I had tried to look at a model, but now since I'm looking at Africa as a whole, it's very difficult to come up with an overall model. There is a need to shorten food chain supply. I will not talk much about food chain supply. Imagine 3-4 neighboring countries coming together, assessing each other's strength, having bilateral or whatever agreements that whenever you have excess food, please prefer selling to us. Time fails me to talk about the United States of Africa, where we think Africa, if Africa unites, maybe a giant will be created in terms of economy. Another challenge Africa has is that of debt, which actually makes it difficult to invest in food production. Time is not always in my favor. Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry, I'm making lots of enemies at this conference. But thank you very much, Doctor, for that very enlightening presentation. And for really just emphasizing the structural factors that underpin conflict, but also reminding us that we live in this era of increasing interdependence in this neoliberal capitalist order of ours. Okay. So finally, last but not least, allow me to introduce Dr. Nzao, who is going to be discussing maintaining regional stability in the midst of complex regime transitions in Africa, challenges and opportunities for COMESA region countries. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, our colleagues, congregation, and it's a good thing to be here. I was thinking, when we saw the concept, I thought we have this whole market that is COMESA. We have, 600 million people at least. And this is worth a GDP of US dollars 800 billion, is a big market and that kind of thing. And so I said, what stands between us and this market block being internationally competitive and getting to the ideals where we ought to be, say, in terms of the ideals we've set for as a continent, in terms of, say, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We are told if we trade more with ourselves, our GDP can grow almost up to, as Africa, up to about 50%. So I said, how do we get there? Sorry, I don't know if I'm rushing it, but I'll move it from here. So I'm talking about, I thought this question of how do we manage regional stability, especially in the midst of complex regime transitions. I looked around. Now look, from the time of Hosni Mubarak, Sudan, and from al-Bashir and what we have now, and many other countries. It looks as though there has been, spates of political change, but this change seems not to be sustainable, and you have very tricky transitional phases that are taking place. And so when I thought around it in the literature, when I look in the literature, I came across these institutionalist arguments, part of the whole cooperation research program, the whole idea of, remember the Kantian logic, that you will have peace if you have three things: institutions, working institutions that can oversee. And when I thought about those institutions, I thought about COMESA, so institutions. So peace will be made of three things. So you have COMESA in terms of institution, and then trade. So trade and then democracy. So those were the three ingredients that were prescribed in terms of the whole idea of how do you get peace from the Kantian logic. And the neo-institutionalist argument is that If we have more trade, more democracy, and more institutions to oversee both that trade and that democracy, then we can have more sustainable change and stability and that kind of thing, and prosperity. And that is the thesis of my paper here. So, this is the overview of it. I don't want to keep you long, but this is the background. We have a healthy bloc here. Right from the 1980s, we have 21 countries now. 15 of these countries are in the midst of dramatic political transitions and very tricky issues therein. Regime transitions that some look somewhat stable, others sometimes making 2 steps ahead and 3 back and that kind of thing. You saw even when we have our own elections, just here in Kenya, sometimes just post-election itself becomes very tricky and that kind of thing. And so you have all these, from the literature I found these clusters here too. So low political stability. Here you have Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, There's another cluster of low political stability. Then you have this category of DRC, Eritrea, Libya, Burundi. You have another medium kind of thing. This is very low, medium. So you have Djibouti there and so on. Okay, scholars of political stability will say sometimes there is an interesting relationship between the regime type and political stability. Sometimes an authoritarian system can be stable than a transitional democracy because of the mechanisms in between. So sometimes the problem is these regimes in the middle, especially because sometimes they tend to lack strong institutions and that kind of thing. Then you have high political stability and so on. And a very high political, you have none put there and that kind of thing. And these are World Bank statistics 2022 and that kind of thing. So I took a methodology of just reviewing literature and taking a qualitative approach and so on, and sort of a discursive approach to the entire, given the context of what we are dealing with and so on. I thought because theories are just models, I thought the idea of institutions, trade, and democracy, sort of a variance of that institutionalist logic, liberal institutionalism and that kind of thing, the Kantian logic and so, that these are prescriptions we get from the literature, from the works. We try to see how we can apply them. The literature review shows that you have questions of prerequisites for sustainable economic and development. You need peace and stability. And in the midst of that, you have our COMESA here. And in the midst of periods of instability in these countries, what are the effects? How will you conduct commerce, trade, exchange, and all that in the midst of? I'm making the proposition that something stands in between the realization of the ideals of what we want to do with these institutions and the reality on the ground that is posed by all these questions of complex regime transitions. So, revolutions, uprisings, and so on. I was very excited when we had Arab Spring. I wrote some stuff with Professor Frank Matanga and so on, other scholars. But we then came to realize, again, systems don't change radically. Sometimes you may look as though something has changed, but it's just in form and not content. And therefore, change becomes very, very tricky around these transitions. What we saw in Khartoum, what we saw in all these places during the so-called Arab Spring up through to what is going on right now down there. Interesting issues in terms of, remember that whole discourse, Professor, of democratic consolidology, and transitology that never ends. And how far you can get with that, that argument by Liz and Stepan and the others. So, military coups, and there's the kind of things that colleagues were talking about here. So these regime transitions, they make commerce operations to be shrouded with uncertainty. Supply chains disruptions, process disruptions for COMESA protocols. Governments then have commitments to make, and yet they have their own problems back at home. So they have commitments they make to COMESA. Someone was wondering why a country supports one process and sometimes it can't honor its... Now, cooperation is about honoring commitments. You make commitments, then you follow them through. And sometimes you have real issues that then don't make you unable to get there. So what are the opportunities that we can say? And I came up with some policy recommendations. I thought that was what would be important. I put this from my analysis that COMESA should continue providing support for democratic institutions in a robust way, so that we mean what we say and we build these institutions. How, again, to be actively involved in trying to navigate or help the member countries overcome some of these bottlenecks that come with these complex transitions. For example, just mediating conflicts. I don't know if you've realized, like, that's the trouble we have in Sudan right now. You can't see anything concrete that our own African initiatives have in the real sense, you know, like the way other countries are sitting in Egypt just the other day after 18 years of what happened from October 7 and so on. So, you know, I think we need to look within, again, from a statist approach. How then do we promote good governance and accountability so that, you know, we fight corruption and other things that colleagues were talking about here? Economic crisis can often trigger complex regime transitions. What can member countries look up to from COMESA in terms of, say, what do you call, you know, shock absorbers? In terms of, for example, the EU post-COVID strategy. The EU has solutions and it has money to give its members to overcome some of the problems that have come from COVID and all this. And what about our own, what can COMESA do, and so on? Promotion of human rights, you know, conflict early warning mechanisms, you know, that kind of REX arrangement. I know sometimes it may not fit directly into what would be the ideals of the Africa peace and security architecture, and that's what colleagues were talking about here. But how do we make this bloc to really realign itself and sort of live up to be at home with this environment and maneuver it effectively? In terms of the diplomatic front, what would COMESA offer in terms of preventive diplomacy and so on? So regional institutions and so on. So I wouldn't be able to say, you know, in 10 minutes, I can see a chair here telling me that, you know, we would have to stop there. But the argument is, think about it. This is a regional trading bloc that has very high potential. In fact, if we go by the, you know, neo-functionalist arguments of peace in parts and that kind of thing, we start first with COMESA instead of thinking even about an Africa free continental trade area that has many things that you would have to, a lot of isostasis that you would have to maneuver. But we start with what we have. And in between it are these complex regime transitions. And they have underlying issues that the institutions would have something to offer if they are well supported, and, you know, political will and all these other things that come with it, and strengthening internal institutions within the member countries, over and above then perfecting the trade picture, so that trade, democracy, institutions, and you can have a brighter future, a brighter picture in terms of the greater dividend that comes from cooperation. Remember, international relations is about cooperation, competition, but also conflict. So we have to think, if we are not conflicting, then we better be competing healthily within a well structured environment of cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nzau. Thank you for mapping out the impact of regime transitions. That was a particularly useful graphic that you had there, and I hope COMESA was taking notes on those recommendations. I would now like to invite Prof. Apuli as our discussant. I think, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'll just raise, these are 4 different papers. They are addressing different topics. We have political parties, food security, peace and security, and some extent also some peace and security from Zambia. The first paper, Dhaka, I think it raises the issue of comparative advantage. All the members of COMESA belong to other RECs, which RECs are doing so much in terms of peace and security. And I think if we are going to talk about rationalizing the region economic communities, within the context, of course, of further rationalization, because we did this in 2006, when we said we are going to recognize 8 RECs. I think we need also to further cut down on the 8, and we say each region, going back to the Abuja Treaty, each region should have 1 REC, so that we avoid duplication, because what I see, what COMESA is doing, whether it is COAN, whether it is in, all these things are being done by others. So I think we need to, well, I know some people will lose some jobs, or lose jobs, but I think we need to really rationalize these and I think that's the point, possibly, which we may need to address. Party cartels. This is very, very familiar topic, I can tell you this. Parties have been captured. The capture of political parties by a few. I know of quite a number of countries on this continent where political parties which are meant to be aggregating, kind of like, because they are supposed to do aggregation of interest. But now these days they do aggregation of particular interests. It's not very unique in South Africa, it's not very unique in Zimbabwe. It is also elsewhere where parties have been, basically have owners. There is political party ownership. They will always tell you, if you raise issues, why don't you form yours? Go and establish yours also. So this is something, again, which is possibly you could expound this more on the side of peace and security. What do political parties actually do in the context of, beyond talking about the day-to-day politics, the local politics? Are political parties really having a conversation around issues of integration, issues of peace and security, and all this kind of stuff? My friend on food security, I think you should limit yourself to Zimbabwe. Because if you use Africa as a unit of analysis, Africa are 55 countries, and we are all not the same. There are very few countries where there are countries in Africa which have been getting food from Ukraine and Russia. In terms of the grain, these are the ones who the other day they got President Putin extended his largest, he said, look, we are going to provide grain free for free. The 6 countries, Egypt, Ethiopia, Sudan, Zimbabwe, our own country, Somalia, and CAR. The rest of the countries, really, in terms of food security, I don't remember my country getting grain from Ukraine or from anywhere. Possibly what you need to do here is you nuance, you need to nuance your statement that Africa depends heavily on food from these areas, because some of our countries actually don't. You only need to limit yourself to those countries which, for example, get grain. Also, you could also talk about fertilizers, possibly, the value chain fertilizers. But I would really advise that you narrow down to the specific countries that have been getting this food, as opposed to as a consequence, food insecurity. Lastly, Dr. Nzau, complex political transitions. This is a very interesting notion. 21 countries, yes, majority of them going through this. And you ask a very important point, what can COMESA do? Remember, COMESA is an intergovernmental organization. It can only do what the governments allow it to do. The moment it enters into this political arena, and I've seen it in the other RECs, there will be resistance from the member states. And you greatly cited the example of Sudan. We've had the transition, overthrow Bashir, the issues to do with the FFC, the Sovereign Council, now the differences within the Sovereign Council, and not the entire Sovereign Council, but two people within the Sovereign Council, which is the generals. What can COMESA do? If the African Union had been rebuffed, if the United Nations has been rebuffed, so what can COMESA do? And also remember, there are other RECs which are also waiting in the wings. Part of the problem of Sudan has been the lack of coordination of the different mediation initiatives. You have IGAD, you have UN, you have the African Union, you have the Jeddah process, you have the Egypt process, you have the Chad process. All these are processes, and I think this is what has come to define practically most of our politics within this region, that we do things in, we are competing basically. And I don't know what this competition is about. If it is to do with African solutions to African problems, and as I'm always arguing, there's other two things which are missing out. We need African leadership and African money. Because we are competing for this thing because there's someone else is paying, who's running the agenda. So, all in all, what I'm saying is, presumably you may want to factor in some of this stuff and you ask your question, which is, what can RECs do, them being intergovernmental organizations? Thank you.
I've been told that thank you very much, Prof. Wapuli, and ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this panel and our discussant for presenting under duress, having to shorten very complex papers into 10 minutes. Thank you very much, and apologies for the rush. I've been told that we can take one or two questions from the floor. If I can just please encourage you, one question per participant, very briefly introduce yourself, and keep those interventions short and crisp. I see a hand here, one hand here. So 1, 2, sister at the back, and then Dr. Oita. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure if we have a mic going around. But, okay.
Can I start here? There was a hand here.
Okay. If that gentleman can go first. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Edward Kakumo. I'm actually a student of Professor Mumonzao. And I'm happy to see you up there. Just a quick question to you. I have not been able to hear you comment on what is going on with AFCFTA, whether it's a good way to go. So maybe you can give us your take on that conversation, whether it's a good way to go or not. And then, whether you can also include it as part of your policy recommendations to COMESA. And then secondly, the other person I want to ask a question is Dr. Ziso, who we had lunch with, and we spoke about political parties in Africa. So your thoughts about political parties coming from military liberation outfits into cartels is quite correct. And having been working in the space for the last 13 years, I don't know whether, having been working in the space for the last 13 years, your comments are quite correct. And what I will ask you is, I wasn't able to clearly hear what your submissions are in terms of moving forward. What should we do with the political parties? What can we do? I would be happy to take such submissions to start, introducing to some of our political parties that we work with in East Africa. And then, what will you say the role of youth? Do we start, capacitating youth as policy champions of such submissions, the different policy aspects as a way forward so that we can build the future towards a better working
Thank you.
regional integration. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Yes. Yes, ma'am, you can go.
Thank you so much, our panelists, for the eye-opening discussion. My name is Wanjiku Muridi from the Mount Kenya University Parklands Law Campus. My question is to Dr. Nzau. I'm cognizant to the fact that COMESA's main focus is on the economic prosperity of the region. However, it's crystal clear, it's of face value that there is no economic prosperity that can be occasioned in the absence of peace. Now, is there a framework in the confines of COMESA that secures the interests of the internally displaced persons and also the refugees, rather people affected by these conflicts, which are related to the absence of security? Because I understand stability is not attained once a mediation has been conducted, there's a resolution. Does COMESA go ahead to ensure that those affected as the grassroots are then settled, and in that way peace is achieved? And as was mentioned earlier, peace starts from below, so it doesn't end with mediation. Does COMESA go beyond that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there was a question. There was a question on the side.
Okay. My name is Luendo Kambela. I work for the Copperbelt University, the Dagama Short Institute for Peace and Conflict Studies. Thank you so much for the presentations. Your studies are well informed. I'm particularly interested on the political parties and also Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now, particularly on the political parties, because obviously we understand that elections are a big issue in Africa, contributing to armed conflict. But then we cannot talk about elections without talking about political parties. And within political parties, we find a huge a composition rather of unemployed young people, okay, who are mostly used by political elites, political parties to propagate political violence. And I'm sure the reason why we are convening today is to tackle some of those issues. Where is Africa heading? And then my question is, how do we make political parties sensitive to conflict instead of riding on the tactics using unemployed young people, militarization of political parties themselves, tribal demonization. We've seen this in a number of countries. In Zambia, for example, in Kenya here, Burundi, many other African countries. So that is a question. On Russia-Ukraine conflict, maybe it would be interesting to hear your insights on the contribution of the African Peace Mission, because that conflict is clear that I think we are feeling the impact, as African continent, and we took up a step. So what is your take in terms of the peace initiative? Thank you.
Thank you. And then our final question from Dr. Oita.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Sizo. The phenomena of party coalition is really gaining ground in most parts of Africa. How do you contextualize that within your thesis? My second question goes to my brother from Zimbabwe. I would love to know the statistics in terms of food import from Ukraine and Russia. How was it before the war? And how has it been after the war? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it would be easier if we start with Dr. Ziso and move down the stage, and if you could just answer the question that was relevant to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the questions. And just to be clear, the phenomenon of or coalitions. Party coalitions, yeah, all right. So I'll start with the first question. I think Edward asked about the role of the youth and exactly where do we go from here. If you recall, when I was presenting, I was hesitant as well to sort of advocate for getting rid of political parties because that would, definitely mean something completely new. But I believe that society is changed either gradually or radically. And I am more inclined to a radical shift within young people in Africa. If African leaders have failed us, I think we need to take it upon ourselves to, not to be used by political parties. We have got people killing for KANU, killing for ZANU-PF, killing for, for these cartels. At the end of the day, we do not gain anything from that other than, simply making things worse in our continent, on our continent. But I think, to be a bit blunt, I think we need to look more at, social movements so that political parties, in as much as we can join them, I think they have let us down. And if we focus more on creating social movements that have got nothing to do with political party affiliation, and sometimes these movements are cross-party as well. You may support KANU and the other one may support the other political party, but if you are together in a social movement, you can actually, come up with a very strong coalition against these political parties that basically function for the purposes of the elite in these cartels. So it's a very hard proposition, but it's either we accept it as it is, we accept our condition, or we take measures to basically, overturn the situation. And that obviously may mean a bit of destabilization, and I'm not advocating for conflict here. But if that is what it takes, I think there should be some thinking towards that. Then the coalitions as well. I think political coalitions, again, they fell into the trap of political parties. But as long as we do not recognize that these political parties are themselves part of the problem, we are simply multiplying the situation as it is. If political parties are the problem, what will come out of a political coalition? I think we basically get a worse result. So I am still very, very suspicious of aligning ourselves with political parties, in as much as we have always known them to be the only way to voice our political concerns. I think we need something new. We need something brand new, and it needs to start now. The other question, sorry if you can remind me. To conflict, yes. Again, we need to punish them at the polls, okay? I think political parties that have gained and basically made it to political office using conflict need to be voted out. And that requires a politically sensitive youth that is not easily used and discarded by these political parties. In as much as this is obviously a difficult proposition, because these political parties have spread their wings across, the economic and political structures, it is very, very difficult to dislodge them. But I think it is a discussion that has to start with a realization that we do not need to be thinking along political parties anymore. We need to be thinking of a different creature altogether, because the very idea of a political party was meant to congregate the wishes of all the membership in the party. But what we are seeing is something completely different. So I do not see any reason why we should always be thinking along political party lines.
which is why I advocate for social movements, which can very much be a better replacement for political party affiliation.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think there were two questions that came my way. The first one was by Edward, where he's talking about if I had made a mention of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and the lady back there. I'm sorry, I didn't capture the name properly, and she was mentioning about what COMESA has to offer in terms of peace and security initiatives and so on. Listening to what the comments from Professor, I thought, you know, there's that theory they talk about principal agency and so on, and the extent to which intergovernmental organizations, such as this one, can, again, because they also have a life of their own and a character of their own over time, such that they can also have, like the way some grow to have supranational authority and that kind of thing. Following that line of argument, they can be important to, when it comes to reminding member states of their commitments, for example, agenda setting, and somewhat enabling, creating an enabling environment for, because it's all about enforcement of commitments and ensuring that then that enables scope. And look at this, the COMESA Treaty has got a bit of that latitude to some extent, because it underscores matters to do with democracy, good governance, rule of law. The bloc has numerous programs. For example, the COMESA Governance, Peace and Security Program, which is under the COMESA Treaty, Article 3. You have governance, peace and security programs stressing security is integral for growth and so on. And I'm saying this regional stability is what stands in between the growth that we are looking for, and in there is this problematic that I was trying to say, regime transitions. I was not talking about political change per se, or political but just regime, from one regime to another, in terms of just leadership, and Professor, you alluded to that, leadership and money, but that leadership aspect itself and the institutional variant around it. So you have COMESA here aiming to strengthen economic integration and development. COMESA has established an office to forestall and prevent conflicts, assist in post-conflict reconstruction, for example. So, so COMESA was involved, for example, in the Burundi process, in DRC, in Madagascar, and so on. So, you know, so I'm trying to say that there is space there, that if it is well utilized, it can help especially maneuver some of these bottlenecks that come around. I mean, you can just, a country going back 10 years simply because there was an election. And by the time that country recovers a post-election period, just that phase alone, you're talking about billions and trade disrupted and a lot of things. And I was thinking then, regional, because if you have a country that is a member of COMESA and it has problems, say in between campaign and electioneering period, and all that affects trade, commerce, industry, exchange, then that is a factor of, then that becomes, you know, regional instability and so on. And my thinking is that institutions over time, so that governments don't have, again, to come back and say, we have given you this mandate, but you're overstepping it. But again, it's the work of these institutions to go back to governments and say, you've made these commitments. Enable us to get where we want in terms of the ideals you've set for us by, you know, going back to some basics that must be adhered to in terms of rule of law, in terms of, you know, matters of governance, in terms of, you know, all these other ingredients that are critical, especially for the functionality of the institutions, whether at the state level or within the wider regional context. So that is what I'm trying to grapple with here. It's quite a paper, but sometimes we may not have all the answers, but sometimes we look at the ideals, you know, like the way you set up. in the context of normative theory and say, this is where we want to get, how do we get there? And you try to profile actionable policies, solutions and actions in a way then that can perfect the picture in the long run. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so maybe my contribution will be towards, I think, the issue of political parties. Of course, I didn't present anything on that, but just a contribution. Of course, Doc, you have an alternative, another, approach towards that challenge of political parties in Africa. But my thought on it is that, just like maybe Doc here argued, I think political parties in Africa, they lack, institutionalization and also recognition by the state. I think, yeah, and because of that, I think there's been a process, for instance, in Zambia, to introduce laws that will clearly, put structures of political parties so that, elements of promotion of peace and security can actually be part and parcel of these political parties. In most cases, you find that these political parties are developed by individuals without proper structures. And because of that, they've been seen to be tools perpetrating conflict through the taking of advantage of the youths that in most cases are not employed. So in my thought, there's need actually to institutionalize these political parties. My other comment is on COMESA, particularly with regards to the issue that was raised on refugees. I think if you look at the structure of COMESA, maybe from my presentation and other presentations, is that COMESA, a major focus, of course, is on economic integration, but there's been a realization that matters of peace and security can never be ignored, based on the fact that conflict is a major hindrance to economic development. The focus of COMESA. Now, the mechanisms put in place for COMESA, I think they're still evolving with regards to peace, security, and also resolving conflicts in Africa. So certain, issues, like I think Doc mentioned, Dr. Itiang mentioned, to say COMESA for now is not involved in peacekeeping. So I think the structure is still evolving. So you may find that certain things are not yet addressed. But of course, this is a starting point, and probably in the near future, such issues may be addressed.
Thank you. I'm answering two questions. The first question was the contribution of Africa to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I was thinking, or I took the question to mean, what have Africans done? Is it to mitigate? Because we saw a committee representing African countries led by President Cyril Ramaphosa. They went there, they talked to President Putin, they talked to Zelensky, President Zelensky, and then they presented their 10-point plan. And after that, what I can take from that is that I think President Putin was just being polite. Africa has been a friend of Russia. Otherwise, one of their demands was immediate ceasefire, and I don't see that happening in the near future. The comments coming are saying Russia will have to achieve what it says to achieve. It's set on achieving what it is set to do. But what I can say here is Africans, I think they were heavily criticized for that anyway. People were saying, now you rush to Ukraine, but Sudan is burning. Niger is burning. Central African Republic is having insurgencies. Mozambique is still on hold. We don't know whether the conflict is ended or not, but these are the conflicts which can sometimes erupt. So people were not happy with the way Africans reacted. It's like they wanted to go where there was more of spotlight than dealing with issues at home, which is also another challenge of Africa. And I think maybe it has been overemphasized. The issue of resources is very important. Someone said a joke that in a family setup, in a family group on a WhatsApp, a certain uncle who had no money suggested something. And even the dog shook its head and said, In other words, even everyone discouraged that uncle because they knew that the uncle is nothing, he's just talking. So that's the challenge that Africa is. Though they may try to intervene, but everyone who looks at Africa, people listen to people who have got resources, who have got power. So I think that's the challenge that Africa is. It was a good initiative, but I think both presidents were just polite because we know Africa has been a good friend of Russia, but the truth is the mediation effort did not go as far as what everybody would want to see. But the African interest, of course, was that of the war ending so that at least the trade could continue. So I hope I've answered the first question. I was thinking maybe you were saying how did African leaders respond or contribute. Then there's this question on statistics of before and after the conflict. Unfortunately, the after the conflict one is a challenge because right now the conflict is still going on and is still going on. But the statistics that I have, I can share, according to 3 scholars here, up to 25 African countries, they import more than 1/3 of their wheat supply from Ukraine and Russia. And these countries include Eritrea, Somalia, Egypt, Madagascar, Tanzania, Libya, Congo, Namibia, Kenya, and other countries which I cannot mention. And also, according to a World Bank report of 2020, African countries imported over 50% of their wheat products from the Russian Federation or Ukraine. So you can see that's why I was saying Africa heavily depends on this region in terms of food supply. Unfortunately, I think my stick got corrupted. I couldn't beam it up. These are the statistics that were backing my argument. But not all African countries. I take advice from the professor. There should be a disclaimer. Not all African country is getting food from that region. Thank you so much for your presence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of the day. Once again, thank you to our panelists for sharing your work with us, and thank you to all of you who've been listening attentively and for your mental endurance. I think that we've had a successful day one, and thank you for helping us to create a safe space within which to share knowledge and ideas. Just very quickly, in the morning session, a participant asked, are scholars doing enough? I'll let you be the judge, but do leave encouraged that we are not short of ideas and analytical prowess. Okay? So thank you, and I hope to see you all tomorrow, well rested, and wishing you all a safe trip home. Good night, and thank you. Oh.